What's up, what's up, what's up, people? Happy Tuesday evening. This is the JARcast episode 5. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see we got a few people already in here. Happy to see you all. If you've been here before, welcome back. If you're new, welcome. Nice to meet you, I suppose. Quite a few of you here already chatting away. I see Frank. See Graham. What's up, Frank? Greg, as usual. What's up, my man Greg? Short and Sweet's back. Hey, Short. We missed you last week. Happy to see you back. I know that you were in there for one of them. I can't remember if this stream or the other one, but you didn't talk much. That's cool. I understand. And Corey from King Gore was here. May still be. I don't know. But good to see all you guys here having some good conversation in the chat. I got, excuse me, quite a few things to talk about this week. Nothing crazy out there, but a bunch of little stories. One's kind of a big deal to me, I think. You guys might feel the same way. Got 2 trailers, as usual, to look at and take a little peek at. One of which, there's a little story behind. It's kind of got a little, not controversy, but it's some weirdness going on with it. But we're going to take a look at that at the end of the show. But got a few things to go over. Before that, as usual, for this week's movie news, a lot more interesting stuff this week than there was last week. I am happy to report. And give it just a second before we jump into that and see what you guys are talking about over here. I see all kinds of happy faces, emojis, and good people talking. Take a sip of my coffee and my very feminine flower cup. Forgot what the fuck that was. My flower cup here. Don't judge. I'm very secure in my masculinity. And do a little ASMR. Is that what they call it? People that like listening to shit. ASMR action. Here you go. Did you guys hear that? Yeah, those of you that are into that kind of thing, did you get off? Hope so. Anyway, let's see here. Who do we got so far? Like I said, we got Corey was in here. Oh my God. Yes. Are you that excited, or are you oh my godding because you got here and I was running a little late and you thought it was about to start and you saw that you had about 10 minutes left on it? My bad. Yeah, I had a little bit of issues with my streaming computer over there. For some reason, wasn't connecting, but then it all got worked out, so we're good. Let's see, Greg, like I said, is here. Greg said he just picked up Monster Hunter. Is Monster Hunter out, like, on Blu-ray now or whatever, or digital? I don't know. Yeah, I liked Monster Hunter. I thought it was it wasn't great. It wasn't awesome. If you like the Resident Evil movies, you know what to expect. It's like that. I didn't like the ending. I didn't like the ending at all. I thought it was leading into a sequel that we'll probably never get. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe nowadays we might get it. But it was all right. I mean, it's in line with the Resident Evil movies. If you find some enjoyment out of those, I'm not gonna say poorly made, but just kind of schlocky movies, you'll find something in Monster Hunter. I'm not a fan of the games. I played like 10 minutes of the newest game because it was on Game Pass. But beyond that, the movie made me want to play the game. I'll say that. But I don't know how accurate it is to the games. So if you're like a huge Monster Hunter fan and you watch it and it has nothing to do with the fucking series, don't be mad at me. I don't know. I know there's some monsters in there I saw, and I was like, hey, I've seen that before, like on a website or a picture or a video or something. But beyond that, I have no clue. Mila Jovovich is not in the games, I don't think. Well, I think she actually is now as DLC. But beyond that, whoops, sorry. I thought you guys couldn't hear me. I was looking at my at my stuff there, and I thought it was I was like, oh shit, have I been talking this whole time and they couldn't hear me? That's happened before, so that was a very valid fear. Anyway, but yeah, if that's your jam, like you said, you know, I like Resident Evil, so that might be my jam. You are correct, sir. I had a good time with it. Not the greatest movie ever, but it was all right. Good enough for the night. Short and sweet, like I said. She's asking as usual, like our chat mom here, asking how everybody's doing. But a little bit later on, chat mom gets kind of dirty, so you know how we like it, short and sweet. Frank's here. How's everybody doing? We're doing great, Frank. How about yourself? It looks like a bunch of you guys are talking about some snow. We got snow here in Nashville. we don't typically get snow. I mean, every now and then we'll get a little snow, but yeah, we didn't get snow this time either. We got fucking ice. Where there's white ice outside. And I was not able to go to work. I can work from home, thankfully, but I wasn't able to go to my office for the past 2 days, and tomorrow's not looking good. So who knows? But I am getting paid because I can work from home, so that's always a plus. It looks like Frank is in Las Vegas. No snow there. Yeah, man, I doubt you're going to get any snow. I think if it snows in Las Vegas, that's like end of days kind of shit right there. However, it is snowing in Texas. Texas, of all places. Texas doesn't regularly get snow, so that's kind of unprecedented to a degree. JARcast, let's go. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. My bro is close to finishing his script that I'm helping with. Oh, well, that's cool, Greg. What kind of script would that be? Short. I know Short and Sweet's in NYC. I know you guys got some. Okay, so looks like there's a few of you guys out here. We'll go ahead and get it started. I did want to real quick say before I jump into this. Usually before my stream, I don't know if you guys are aware of him. You probably are, but Jared Buckendahl has J-Buck Studios is the name of his channel. He does a stream. I didn't set mine up that way. It just kind of worked out that way every Tuesday night as well. But it's right before mine. He does his at like 8, I think. I think it's 8 o'clock, I'm pretty sure. But he's much better with his time management. So his is usually under an hour. At best, I'm able to cut mine down for the audio and the version I post later on after I cut everything out. I'm able to cut mine down to about an hour. His actual stream is only about an hour, and he crams in the same amount of stuff as me. So I'm doing something wrong, but whatever. But I was in there, and I usually catch a little bit of his. That's a great show. You should check it out. Every Tuesday. I'm pretty sure it's 8. But check out his channel either way. It's a great channel. But he threw me a shout out there. I wasn't asking for it, but that was really cool. He threw a shout out to the JARcast, and I really appreciate that, man. So if you're here or not or listening or whatever, thanks, Jared. I really appreciate that, my man. So, get one more hit of that terrible stuff there. Better than what I used to do, though. You guys ready to get into some news? I am. All this will be cut out for the other version anyway. Okay, so into this week's news. Like I said, we got quite a few interesting little things here. They're nothing world-ending, but it's still pretty cool stuff. And the first thing we got, I'm not sure how I feel about this. It could go one way or another, which I guess all things do. But whatever, is they're talking about making a True Lies TV show. All fans of True Lies have been clamoring for a True Lies sequel pretty much since the movie was made because True Lies was awesome. But now, apparently, it's happening. I guess there was another one in the works at Fox, I believe it said, a few years back. Now, apparently, it is moving forward at CBS. It says True Lies series reboot is on its way. The latest film-to-TV series adaptation has just been picked up to pilot by CBS, with Burn Notice creator Matt Nix creating a new take on the 1994 Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jamie Lee Curtis action film True Lies. I don't know how I feel about this, because Schwarzenegger is not going to be in it. That's my understanding from reading this. It's all going to be all new, not characters necessarily per se. It might be, but it doesn't say they're necessarily having new characters, but they are having new actors. They're not going to have the same people playing it, which, I mean, Schwarzenegger, let's be real, Arnold's not going to do a TV show. He's that old school Hollywood. He's like, I only do the movies. And Jamie Lee Curtis, I mean, she might, but I don't see it. They're gonna recast it. And I mean that's not this. Of course, I think True Lies. I think Jamie Lee Curtis, Arnold, and James Cameron. None of them are going to be there. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to automatically write it off. But man, we've seen this whole thing. The whole spy family. One like the husband and or wife is a spy, and the other one doesn't know it. Kind of action comedy thing before. True Lies has not been the last one. There's been other movies made in the mold of True Lies over the years, like, what was it? Mr. and Mrs. Smith was kind of like that. It was both of them kind of assassins, I think, against each other. Assassin CIA, or something like that. There's the one with Tom Cruise, I think, was similar to that. But we've seen things like this before. But nobody could quite capture that magic like James Cameron. Because James Cameron is, regardless of what you think about all his films, the man knows how to make good entertainment that people like to see. He knows how to take a simple premise like True Lies, not simple, but a premise we've seen before, and give it new life. And I don't know if I've not seen Burn Notice. I've heard about it. I heard it was good, but I don't know how much Burn Notice has in common with True Lies. So that doesn't really give me a very good idea of what to expect from Matt Nix's True Lies. It does say that James Cameron is going to be acting as an executive producer, which when it comes to executive producers, that could be a good thing. I mean, he could be very hands-on, because it's not just a straight-up producer, it's executive producer, so it's a level below. He might just be there as a creative consultant here or there. I don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows as of right now. And he's kind of got his hands full with all those Avatar movies he's making and trying to get another Alita, fingers crossed, made and all that. So how hands-on is he going to be with the True Lies reboot TV show? I'd probably guess not real hands-on. He's probably going to come in and say a bunch of stuff, but at the end of the day, I don't think he's going to be really that hands-on. So this isn't really going to be a James Cameron joint. And the mixture of James Cameron and Arnold Schwarzenegger is what really breathed light into this whole thing. Now, we do have, it's going to be directed by, and I'm sure he's going to have some other stuff to do with it, McG. McG is kind of polarizing as far as directors go. He did make the original Charlie's Angels movies, not the show, the ones with Cameron Diaz and Lucy Liu and all them. He made those two movies. Those are really hit or miss. He made the Terminator Salvation, which is one of those Terminator movies that when it came out, everybody hated it. And years later, people started warming up to it a bit. They liked some of the ideas behind it. That's kind of me. When I saw it, I didn't love it, but I was like, I like some of the ideas they got. I like kind of where it's going. Execution was I don't think McGee's a terrible director. He's got some really good stuff under his belt. He did, as far as TV shows, he was heavily involved in Supernatural. And I'm a big Supernatural fan, so that's really cool. What's it? I'm pretty sure, yeah, Supernatural, right? Probably should have looked that up before I started recording, but I'm pretty sure it was Supernatural that McG was involved with. He's involved with something. I want to say Supernatural. Either way, he's done some good TV, so maybe he'd be good. This might be good for him. I mean, it's like he's got that high-intensity kind of erratic kind of directing style. I don't know if that's True Lies, but, it might make it exciting. What I'm trying to say, I mean, this article doesn't give us a whole lot more beyond what I just said there. It talks about how, people are wondering, is this a good idea or not? I think people want it. People want a True Lies sequel, but at this point, I think this is the best we're going to get, because I don't think Arnold and Jamie Lee Curtis are going to come back for a sequel, and if they did, it might seem a little forced at this point. Who knows? Maybe if they could get everybody back, I don't know. But this is the best we're going to get. We're just going to have to hope for the best. I'm going to, but, what do you guys think? You looking forward to a True Lies TV show? Another thing about it, too, True Lies was rated R, and it's on CBS, so this is not going to be a rated R show. Now, True Lies isn't, graphic violent, but it does have some rated R shit in it. And what I liked about the R rating for True Lies, while it wasn't a hard R, it was kind of like they were free to do whatever they wanted. Some parts of the movie could have been in more or less any, PG-13 flick, but every now and then they were free to go that extra mile. Here they won't be able to. That doesn't mean just because you're not R and you're PG-13 that you can't make a good, entertaining show, but I don't know. This one of those, it's up in the air. There's a lot of things they're changing here, which, it's hard for fans such as myself to get on board with change, but I'm trying to remain optimistic. And hopefully when this thing comes out, I imagine probably in about a year, give or take, whenever they film it, because they've only ordered a pilot at this point. So if it gets picked up, we might see it in about a year. Who knows? Maybe even longer. But when we do see it, I'll check it out, at least the first few episodes, to see if it's going to be worth it. And I'm going to hope for the best. I'm cautiously optimistic, as I say a lot of the time, but hopefully they do True Lies right. What do you guys think? You guys, any True Lies fans, and what What do you guys think about them CBS making a True Lies TV show? You guys are talking a lot. I love it. I saw... Oh, this is actually before I was talking about that, but real quick, I did want to talk about it. It says, Greg said he saw Paradise Cove and didn't see any nips. What kind of erotic thriller doesn't have nips? Did it not? I remember it had some sex in it and stuff. It wasn't like Basic Instinct or Sliver kind of... Sliver, kind of like erotic thriller. It wasn't like hardcore, but I thought it did. I thought it showed like the lady taking a shower. Did they cover all that up? I can't remember. That movie was aight. It was fine. It wasn't like the best ever. I'll never watch it again. Terry Hatcher would be very disappointed. Yes, she probably would. Let's go down here to where you guys are talking about the True Lies stuff. Eliza Deshku, whatever. You know who I'm talking about. Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, she was in True Lies. She was the daughter. That was either her. It was one of her first roles. I mean, obviously she was really young. It was the one that shot her to prominence. That's for sure. I could see them doing. Like if they did like an actual movie sequel, bring her back and maybe she's joining in with the family business or something. But that was kind of like the cool thing about True Lies, how it was like, you know, you had Harry and whatever Jamie Lee Curtis's character's name was, that she didn't know he knew, and she was kind of like the prude kind of character, and he broke her out of that. That whole thing, you can't do that again. So... that was part of the charm of True Lies. You had this guy who was just kind of like a mild-mannered, real bore, and then he was like this badass or a CIA agent or whatever they were on the side. I mean, you can't... That's been done, so they couldn't do that again. And I think that's honestly why James Cameron hasn't done a sequel yet. He has mentioned in the past when it comes to sequels of his movies that he makes, he said, I'm not going to make a sequel unless I have a good idea. And I'm not going to have a good idea just to make a sequel. And I really respect that from a filmmaker. I think that that's the right train of thought, because he could definitely have released a sequel to True Lies. I mean, it's open enough to have a sequel, but could he have released a good sequel? Was there a story he wanted to tell? And apparently not. But apparently these guys have a story they want to tell. Somebody wants to tell, and they're going to tell it. So I guess it gives me a little bit of hope that he's at least involved. It's just how much is he involved? Is he just putting his name on it because they were like, hey, please just executive produce. Put your name on here. You ain't ever got to do shit. We just want to be able to say James Cameron okayed this thing. That might be all it is. I mean, I don't think, if you're an executive producer, I don't really... I mean, Lightstorm, which is his company, will probably be involved, and they'll just kind of like... They won't necessarily have to pay anything, but they might just kind of like throw their name behind it as pretty much a marketing ploy. Who knows? True Lies was very solid, but the actors really enhanced it. If you got the wrong actors in it, it will not be good. This is from Greg C., by the way. And I believe they won't get people as charming as them. No, there's no way in hell. I mean, I'll never say never, I guess, but I highly doubt they're going to find anybody who's going to be up to Jamie Lee Curtis and Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger's level. But, I mean, if they could find somebody who's at least charming, has that charisma, and just has that. They had great chemistry too, and you wouldn't think it. Jamie Lee Curtis and Arnold Schwarzenegger, it just doesn't. I don't know. It didn't seem like a mix, but they really made it work there. They had really great chemistry, and that was one of the things that made it work. I think actually they did, but the difference in their characters from the writing perspective really made that all kind of mesh just right. You got to see that journey, how they came back together as a couple. That was pretty neat. I just went real deep on that. I think James Cameron is actively trying to destroy all his original IPs, so I'm looking forward to Avatar. Hey now, Greg, are you talking shit about Avatar? I like Avatar, okay? I love James Cameron, too. I think he's a great filmmaker. I don't think he's trying to destroy his IPs. I think he's just allowing other people to. I think he's just gotten older at this point, and he's like, look, I just want to make the movies I want to make, and I don't want to make those anymore. You want to go fuck them up? Go right ahead. I'll put my name on it and say, sure, this is cool. Like he did with Terminator Dark Fate. He put his name on that. He probably shouldn't have. Antonio's here. What's up, Antonio? Is it a fan of Jamie's legs from True Lies? That's for sure. Yes, sir. she was already not like old, but up there in age a bit when that movie came out. Man, she killed it. That one scene in the bedroom, you all know what I'm talking about. That was on point. Short Sweet said she's hyped for Avatar so much. Me too. I really like Avatar. I ain't gonna lie. Now I'm really curious as to how they're gonna get, what is it, 3 or 4 sequels out of the thing. I mean, if it was anybody else, I'd be like, there's no way. But James Cameron does have. Let's be real. He has not released a bad movie, just a heaping pile of shit since his first movie, which was Piranha 2, and he got fired off of that just a few days in. So you really can't call that his movie, even though I think his name's on it somewhere. But really, every movie he's had has been, really good. Alvin's here. What's up, Alvin? Faith. I'm assuming he says have faith. Maybe he means have some faith in CBS. I don't know how much faith I have in CBS. I'm not, off the top of my head, I can't think of what property CBS has. I don't know. I'm not really, I watch all my TV like on Netflix and streaming platforms, so I don't know who the hell made them for the most part. Unless it's HBO, because they plaster their fucking names all over everything they make. Yeah, the shower. Greg said, yeah, the shower in Paradise Cove had 2 well-placed fence posts covering the goods. I remember that. He was like looking at it through a thing, but I thought it kind of moved. I could be wrong. Well, obviously I am. Have faith in Buffy, Alvin said. Okay. Was that on CBS? I thought Buffy was on Fox. Short and sweet. Greg said, short and sweet, I hope Avatar is worth it. We'll be getting one a year for like 4 or 5 years. Well, yeah, they're one a year until I think the last one or the second last one, they skip a year and a half or 2 years or something like that. But all the other ones are like year. That's how it's scheduled. Who knows nowadays how it's going to go. Yeah, oops, involved in Dark Fate. I'm dead. Greg said, I'm dead center in the winter storm, but they can't cut off my power because I'm in on an essential grid. Well, that's good, Greg. I'm happy to hear it. I hope they wouldn't cut off your power. I hope they don't cut off my power. That's my luck. They'll cut that shit off in the middle of this stream. It'll just go dead in the middle of it. But I haven't lost power as of yet. Like, it's not like snowing. It hasn't snowed at all. It's just fucking iced. Ice has fallen from the sky. And you look out my window and it's like, oh, look, it's all snowy. Winter wonderland. And then you go out there and it's just fucking, even my grass is just solid rock or ice. Corey's back from King Need Gore. Sup, creeps? What's up, my man? Welcome back. I saw you were here first, early again, my friend. Thank you very much for that. They have cut off 4 million Texans' power. They would cut off my power in a heartbeat. Holy shit, why are they cutting off power over there? That sounds suspicious. All my friends are freezing here. What the fuck? Why are they cutting off power in the middle of a fucking winter storm in Texas, of all places? I bet there's a lot of houses in Texas. Well, maybe not a lot. I bet there are houses in Texas that don't even have heating. They've got air, but they don't have heating. I've known people, well, this is like a long time ago. They said that when they lived in Texas, their house only had air. It didn't have heat because they didn't fucking need it. All right. So, yeah, that was True Lies. Next up on the news after True Lies, we got, whoops, sorry guys, I fucked that all up. See, this is what it's like when I record videos too, by the way. I just fuck up left and right and cut that shit the fuck out. Anyway, next up on the news, we have another one that I'm not 100% sure how I feel about. And that's going to be Hercules. And they're talking about remaking Hercules. But of course, in true Disney fashion, they are making it into a live-action movie. Now, there's a little bit of interesting stuff going here. And not the fact that they're making or remaking Hercules, 1997's animated Hercules, into a live-action film that's not surprising at all. In fact, it's kind of surprising they haven't done it yet. Knowing Disney and the way that they're remaking all their old animated properties. However, what's interesting about it is Joe and Anthony Russo of the Marvel fame, most notably Endgame and Infinity War, are the ones that are in charge of this thing. They will be directing this Hercules remake or live-action remake, but that's not even the most interesting part. That gives me a little bit of hope because I think that Endgame at this point is a little overhyped. It was an enjoyable film. I really liked it. Very rousing when I saw it. It was really just a great ending to that whole arc there. It does leave me to think, I don't know what the hell they're going to do moving forward. I don't know if they have the right, Marvel has the right trajectory moving forward from here. We will see. But that's still up in the air. However, they know how to make good movies. They made some good stuff. And I think that this, they could make a good Hercules film. I mean, we really haven't had one since, when? Some would say the 1997 animated Hercules, but a live-action Hercules, I don't know. Hercules in New York, maybe? Arnold Schwarzenegger old school one, and that's really only because it was so bad it's good. So, yeah, a cool Hercules movie, who knows? We'll see. But that's not the interesting part. As I mentioned, the interesting part is that they want to say, I'm going to read it straight from this article at film.com, and that is the Russo brothers have their cinematic universe. The Russo brothers love their cinematic universes. Not only did Joe and Anthony Russo play a pivotal part in crafting Marvel's cinematic universe, it seems the duo want to make a cinematic universe out of the upcoming Hercules live-action remake. What? I don't see it. They're saying that they see it. They're saying that the Russo brothers are producing, they're not directing, they're producing the remake of the 1997 animated musical and gave an update on the live-action version, which they hope will spawn a decade's worth of stories. A decade, 10 fucking years. So they're trying to do the Avengers Marvel MCU thing, but with Hercules. Okay. It says that in a recent interview, Joe Russo gave an update, and he revealed it's still in early development stages with writer David Callahan, who's also writing the Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings movie, which we have yet to see, so we have no idea what that's going to be like, is set to turn in his first draft soon. And he talks about how the script's about to come in about a week, so they probably got it by now, I'm sure. And he says that, where is it? He says, it's in all this right here. I'm not going to go through it all. He ultimately says, here it is, I'm sorry. The part that stands out is, Our intention is to look at everything we do and think about how we can build it out. What can you do with that? I read that all messed up. Stop skipping around ads. Jesus, I hate this thing. How can you build it out? What can you do with this that expands it? Gives you different opportunities for storytelling in it. Adding that audiences want to see something really cool that they want to get lost in for decades. For a decade. I don't know. I mean, sure, in some cases, but I don't necessarily think every movie I go see, I want to get lost in for a fucking decade. I don't need every movie to be a universe. I don't need the MCU out of everything, and it really seems like that's what they're trying to do. I feel like this is kind of forced. Now, maybe they've seen a rough draft of the script, and they just really see something here. Uh-oh. I froze. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. Okay, everything's cool. Maybe they saw an early draft of this thing and they just really see something in it that we don't initially see right now. I mean, I don't know. We have no idea. I mean, I know what the story of Hercules is. So, I mean, I don't see it in that story that we know. Maybe they're obviously going to expand upon that. It's a remake of the 1997 story, though. So we've seen that. It's at least going to have things in common with the 1997 animated movie. And let's be real, that one, well, you may love it, and that's fine, that's great, but it's not like the deepest story ever. It's a fairly basic, 90s Disney animated film. Where are you going to get 10 fucking years of content from it? Because when you say that, I'm assuming you're meaning like a movie a year or at least a movie every 2 years. I mean, Not like, oh, we make one now and in 10 years we make one. That's not a decade's worth. A decade's worth is like multiple movies over that decade, and I don't see that. I just don't see. I mean, they mentioned the Infinity Saga. I don't see the Hercules Saga. I mean, maybe you could get a sequel or two out of it, depending, but really 10 years worth? I don't see that. Hopefully they I mean, it also mentions down here, this is the guys who gave us Extraction, and apparently it is now the Extraction cinematic universe. I wasn't aware of that. Apparently there's branch-offs of Extraction. I must have missed that story somewhere. I don't know anything about that yet. I know they are working on a sequel. Just because something has a sequel, I don't know if I would go as far as to call it, that movie's universe. Yeah, it's that movie's universe, but are you really going to refer to it as the whatever universe because it has 2 fucking movies? No. I feel like you got to get a few movies under your belt. But either way, this is not a big, huge story because, like they said up here, it is still early in development. I just don't... This just seems like a stretch. It seems like they're reaching... It seems like they don't have... They couldn't find anything better to do, and they got hired, or they're at Disney, and Disney said, hey, make us another MCU. We want another long-storied, big, universe. And they said... Hercules, why not? Hercules is sitting over there on the shelf. Nobody's remade that one yet. Nobody's attached. Go make that. And it just, I don't know if people would be interested in a Hercules universe. So, I mean, you guys tell me. If you are just like the biggest, most hardcore Hercules fan ever in the world, we got good news for you because there's fucking Hercules universe coming. So you're going to be fucking hyped for this shit. I'm not. My voice just changed there when I said hyped. It went real high because I'm just kind of like, what the hell? Anyway, those of you that are into it, hey, there's something coming for you. Me, myself, I'm beyond cautiously optimistic. I mean, I try and remain optimistic for everything, but I just absolutely cannot see this. But we're at least a couple of years out from this thing. I guess we'll make a determination when we get closer to time. What do you guys think? Got any Hercules fans here who are like, hell yes, this is what I've been waiting for my whole life. The Hercules, what would that be? The HCU. I want the HCU, the Hercules Cinematic Universe. Ooh, I see something about Jamie's breasts. I like where we're going here. The only keeping essentials open because otherwise the grid would be ruined. Oh, okay, Greg, I see what you're saying. That's weird, though. If you're not, how do they classify you as essential and not essential? I feel like in this kind of weather and this kind of like temperature, they're saying, worth living and worth not. I don't know. I'm assuming it's really cold there too. So, Corey said it's lit. About to burn one and kick it. All right, my man. They didn't winterize the power grid. Well, they don't winterize anything here either. Tennessee is always like not prepared for this shit. And they have the stuff to be prepared, by the way. Because, I mean, yes, it's Tennessee. It doesn't snow here often, but we do get something at least once a year. And they have, like, these big things with all the salt and the trucks, and they have the stuff to handle what's coming usually once a year. This is a bit worse than it usually is, of course, but they just don't do it. They always want to do it after the fact. And I'm like, no, it's too late at that point. It's too late to do it after it's happened. You have to do it before. Worry about Antonio said, I worry about Sarah Michelle Gellar. You must be referring to what? Referring to Short and Sweet. Me? What was I referring to Short and Sweet about? I may have been. I don't know. Might watch Super Troopers. Oh, King Gorgon will watch Super Troopers. I haven't seen Super Troopers since it first came out. I just remember the part where they were trying to pull the guy over. He's like, pull over. And they were like, we are pulling over. He's like, pull over. Jamie's breasts. When they're, are we going to see Jamie's breast? On the CBS show? I highly doubt it. Super Troopers is good. Super Troopers 2 was okay, better than I thought it was going to be, said Greg C. I haven't seen part 2, I can't say. I thought when I saw part 1 rather, I thought it was okay, it was fine. I might like it better now. That seems like a movie I might be more into now. When I was younger, I had a much lower tolerance for some things. I refuse to even watch live-action Disney movies. They will destroy Hercules, said Corey from Need Gore. I agree. I have not seen, out of all the live action Disney remakes, I love the live action Disney movies from the 80s. Like, that's when Disney had balls and they were doing some stuff like something Wicked This Way Comes. Was it Ghost Mountain? Not Ghost Mountain. The mountain one. I can't remember. They remade that with The Rock, by the way. Just all those movies that really had kind of that, like, they were still PG, but they had like a little bit of an edge to them. That's when Disney was like their dark period, when they had some balls. I like those movies. But yeah, all these new ones. I saw Beauty and the Beast. I took my kids to see it, and it was it was a live action version of the animated one. It was okay. It's fine, I guess. It didn't really do anything for me. I didn't see the point of it. That's the biggest problem I've had with all of them. There's been no point. I've seen them, and I've been like, there's just no point here. Mulan was like that. I didn't love it or hate it. I was just kind of like, whatever. What's the point? I mean, the point is to rip people off for $30. That movie ain't worth $30. Lion King was terrible. I'll tell you that much. It looked really pretty, but oh my God, that was a bore fest. I'm not the biggest Lion King fan to begin with, but I don't hate it or anything. It's okay, but that movie, the live action remake, was just boring as hell. It was so just drab. It was awful. So yeah, I'm with you, Corey. Greg C said she's already been nude. She has. Check out some of her 80s movies. Check out, is it the one with Eddie Murphy? Oh, what is it? Oh man, Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, Trading Places. I'm pretty sure she goes full on bare chest in that, and it's a moment. You're gonna have a moment there. You're gonna have a moment when they talk about most Paul's moments in history. That should be on there. She got some. I mean, I don't want to go full on pig here, but she's got some nice assets. Live action Hercules, Kevin Sorbo, Legend of Hercules. Come on. Yeah. My bad. I forgot all about Kevin Sorbo. Yeah. I mean, that, honestly, I've seen that show here or there. Actually, I thought of that. I was like, how are you going to branch off into a Hercules universe? Which I guess they kind of already did it because they had Xena. She came off of Hercules, and there was another character that Bill, what's his name? Evil Dead, Ash. Oh my God. I've brain farted. You all know who I'm talking about. He played a character on the show, and I think he had his own show, or he was part of a show or something. There was like 2 or 3 shows that came off of Hercules. And I mean, I guess they did it there, but 10 years worth of movies, I don't see that. I still don't see it. I don't see it. I wonder if Xena is going to show up in this one. Who knows? Lucy Lawless? It spawned Xena, Lucy Lawless, my love. I don't know that quote. Antonio said, movie I was referring to is Scream, the scene where they were all watching Halloween. Oh, yeah. Come on, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, with the Jane, are we going to see Jane? Oh, okay, I got you. I see it now. I see it. Oh, I wonder how old she was at the time. Who? Jamie Lee Curtis? I want to say she was in her 50s. I think she was in her 50s. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's in her 50s, and she looked great. You guys aren't cinephiles. Yeah. Corey, maybe. She was 19. She could have totally showed them. Oh, you mean in Trading Places? She probably that. Yeah, I can believe she was about 19 there. But I think in True Lies she was. Oh man, no, no way she was 19 in Trading Places, because then she definitely wouldn't have been 50. And maybe I got my math way off. Maybe she wasn't that old in True Lies. I'm pretty sure she was though. I'm more interested in Lowe's ad than the live action Hercules. So yeah, that one right there. Don't just do it yourself. Do it for yourself. You know what? I'm more interested in that ad. I want to click there and buy some shit to work on. I take it out to my woodshed and build some shit. I like building things with wood. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you there, Corey. They're going to exploit Mount Olympus. Probably. Oh, that's the thing. Are they just going to bring in a bunch of Greek mythology and have is that what they mean? Are they going to just have the Hercules cinematic universe. It's just going to be a bunch of Greek mythology that doesn't really have anything to do with Hercules. It's just they're using Hercules to get to that Greek mythology. At that point, it's not a Hercules cinematic universe. It's a Greek mythology cinematic universe. I lost my place. This shit jumped. You guys are talking a lot tonight. I love it. Sorry if I'm skipping some of you guys. Go into it slow. Eat them with sauces first. Trust me, you'll love them with the sauce. What? I missed something. I like what we're talking about here, though. Sushi rolls. I saw sushi up there. Yeah, sushi's good. I really like sushi. I'm not a fan of salmon, period, raw or cooked. And tuna is hit or miss with me and an acquired taste. It's not a taste. I don't mind the taste of tuna. It's the texture. I feel like I'm swallowing a loogie. Depends on how it's made. If it's made right, I'm cool with it. But yeah, I like a lot of other sushi. Sushi is good. Yeah, put lots of wasabi on it. You'll love it. Tons. Ash played the thief. Xena was epic. Yeah, he was in that show, but wasn't there another spinoff show? I could be wrong. Aside from sushi, what would you say your faves were in terms of freshwater, like, say, Crapple or something? Greg C. Mm-hmm. Not me. Good. I'm glad you said that because I'm not a huge freshwater fish fan. I mean, it's okay. I'm more of a saltwater. I like saltwater fish. We just like hearing you speak. Well, I'm glad. Thanks. Some people have told me the exact opposite before. They're like, would you please shut the fuck up? Just curious, what do you check during live streams, Jacob? What do I check? Like when I'm doing all this? Well, Corey, before we jump into the next story real quick, I essentially have 4 screens up in front of me. I don't need that many screens, but I found it just makes it easier for me to multitask. I have a screen over here. That's where I have all the stuff that we're going to be going over, the stuff you see in this background here. I guess I could have done that. That's where all that stuff is. I have a screen over here that is where OBS is, and that's kind of what's managing everything, and that's where I've got all my stuff. I check a lot of stuff on there, like levels, like audio levels and video and what's on, what's not. I have different things I bring up and I bring down, scenes and sources and all that stuff that I switch between at times. The screen I have right in front of me, I've actually changed. I used to have it switched. This is where I have the chat. I used to have it actually over there with OBS because I didn't always have this many screens. And then I have another computer that I use with OBS and YouTube on it that does the bulk of the streaming. It's on the other side of the room, and I use that. All of this goes to that computer. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I see it's like, speaking of that computer, it's all like YouTube's erroring out. Give it a second, it'll catch back up hopefully. But if you can't hear me, that computer over there is doing the heavy lifting of like the streaming. All this stuff comes together in this computer and spits it over there. So that one takes that and just shoots it out to YouTube. So it's the one that's actually saying fuck off right now. I'm going to give this just a second. See if it catches back up. I'm looking at it. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I know you probably can't see me, or you just see me kind of like looking like this. This is one thing I don't know because I'm looking at my internet connection and it's fine. So I don't really know why. Let me look at it. Yeah, I'm good. But it's taking its time. Let's see. Come on, YouTube. You can do it. I'm going to blame the weather and say the weather is what's going on. That's why it's fucking up. Oh, no. It's moving a little bit. Are you going to catch up there? Come on, YouTube. You can do it. I think I'm online. Any minute here. Hope I'm not losing you guys here. Hope you heard some of that stuff I just said. Oh, you can hear, but the video's a little frozen. Okay, cool. Well, at least you can hear me. Then I'll keep talking because I just stopped talking because I felt like nobody could hear me. It does this usually at least one time each stream. It'll like have its moment when it gets stupid. I'm looking at my internet connection and my router and everything's good going. This is all YouTube. Oh, it stopped thinking about it. So maybe is about nope, there it goes thinking about it again. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. I have faith in you. Yeah, this will all be cut out, by the way. If it ever comes back up, it usually doesn't go quite this long. Or maybe I just noticed it early this time. Well, anyway, if you guys can hear me, then I'm just going to keep talking about what we're talking about here in the chat. Hopefully it catches back up. But yeah, Corey, that's what I'm looking at. On the computer that's on the other side of the room, I know you can't see me, but it's like straight ahead, but probably like 10 or 12 feet on the other side of the room. I've got it hooked up to a TV. And my living room TV, so that image is plastered up there, and I've got a mouse that controls that one. So that's where I'm monitoring YouTube. I'm actually monitoring YouTube on my TV, so I can see right now how it's wigging out, and it says it's poor, but that will change in just a minute. Hopefully, I'm gonna try something real quick. Let's get crazy with it. Okay, did that. Now if it says something nutty, just hang on a second. I'm still here. Okay. Let's go here. I closed YouTube. That shouldn't kill the stream. But sometimes that'll do it. That'll just kind of like make it cake. Because I'm looking at my upstream, my downstream, and all that is all great. Okay. And we're going to... Oh, man, this mouse is pissing me off. The mouse is just a little bit too far away. Hopefully we'll be coming right back up here in just a minute. If I haven't already, maybe I have. But probably losing all my viewers right now. Oh, man. Oh, are we doing better? We're a little better. What is really going on here? Okay, so it's a little better now. Hopefully it'll work out its kinks here in the next few minutes. If it doesn't, I have one last-ditch effort thing I can do. I don't want to do that thing because it'll take like 5 minutes to make it happen. Oh, all right, we're back in action. Look at us go. Hopefully we stay this way. I'll keep an eye on it. All righty, so we're back, or I'm back. Sorry about that, everybody. Hopefully we didn't lose too many of you. But hopefully you heard that explanation of what the hell I'm checking, Corey. Because I explained all of it. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at. All that stuff that I explained that you possibly didn't even hear. So let me just backtrack real quick. I'm going to skip through these and just kind of peruse it. Because I want to read some of you guys' comments real quick. Antonio coming in with the $10 super chat. Thank you very much, sir. You did not have to do that. I really appreciate it, though. That's awesome, man. Thank you very, very much. You are the fucking man. Bruce Campbell. There you go, Greg. I don't know why I blanked on Bruce's name there. He is exactly who I was thinking about, though. Do you check? Oh, this is Corey from Nigor saying, do you check from the YouTube webpage, app, or stick to StreamYard chat? No, I don't use StreamYard. I have StreamYard. There's one thing about StreamYard I really like, and that's how you can highlight chats and throw them up on the screen. and there is a way you can do that through OBS, but all my stuff's through OBS, and I think OBS is more. It's a bit more like for things like this where I'm going to throw stuff up on the page and all that. And at least for me, it's got a lot more options, and I like that. I appreciate the options that StreamYard has. Okay, we're still good. I'm real paranoid about this stream now that it's going to go down again. Okay, anyway. Igor asked him that long ago because they always this drastic lag, but yeah, like you there is a lag. I have it on no lag too, or like minimal lag or whatever. I couldn't remember. Streaming is Sposh something. Yes, it is. I got a Batcave set up. Yeah, I kind of do. It's grown since I started doing these streams back on when I started my Retro Wednesday in July or June, something like that. That's the first time I ever streamed, was back in when I did that first Retro Wednesday. And now I do this. I added another one to it, and it's just slowly grown into this thing that I've got going on. And this isn't even where I shoot my videos. My videos are downstairs in another room. That's where the studio for that is. Exactly. It is. Okay. Yeah. This is Luda speaking. Alert. In 4K again. Yeah, but I don't know about 4K. My camera downstairs does 1080p. But this camera is 1080p as well. It's just a webcam. It's a 1080p something. I don't know how many. I think 60. I hope so. That's what I render it as. Everybody, please remember to give Jacob a like for his live stream. Yes, please do. Thank you very much, Short. I appreciate that. That makes it more visible to the world. Supposedly, that's what they say. I get it now. Do your thing. Killing it. Thank you, Corey. Jacob, the video doesn't lag. It's the chat itself. Yeah, I know that too. I've noticed that when I go into other people's chats. Like I'll say, like in those, I do some of those trivia games and stuff, and I'll be like, yes, that was number one. I got the answer, and they'll say somebody else's name, and I'm like, what the fuck? I had it up there first, but apparently they were first, or that's what they saw first. I don't know. Okay, so that was Hercules. Let's get this show moving, or we're never gonna finish. We'll be here all night. I ain't trying to do all that. I'll be here late tomorrow night probably. Anyway, so next up in line after Hercules, we have something I'm actually kind of excited about, and I will get this. I've talked about physical media before on this channel and about how I used to be really into it, and I used to buy tons of like DVDs and even Blu-rays and all that. And ever since 4K and streaming has gotten much better, I don't buy as much physical media anymore. If I do, it's typically in 4K. And it has to be something I really, really love, something I really like. And this movie is one I've been wanting to get my hands on a great copy of. Now, this article is talking about the Blu-ray copy, but apparently there is going to be a 4K one as well. So any 4K aficionados out there, get ready, because I'm looking forward to this one. But I am a bit sad by this news as well, and that is Event Horizon is getting a collector's edition from Shout Factory, I believe it is, or Scream Factory, Shout Factory. And they are known for taking some, Event Horizon is not super obscure, but taking some movies, some cult classics, if you will, and giving us some really great transfers and some really great discs. And Event Horizon's no different. This is a great disc. They're saying they've done a great job with the transfer. I'm really looking forward to that. I really like this movie. It's one of those movies that grows on you every time you watch it. It's one of Paul W.S. Anderson's first movies. Not his first. I believe it was his third movie after Shopping, Mortal Kombat, and then this. I think Soldier came after this. But either way, it's one of his early films before he got into the video game thing, besides Mortal Kombat. And it's just a very unique movie. It's gory as all get out. However, it was even gorier, and even just from what I understand, so bad that it was going to get like a hard X rating. Just crazy, insane gory. And they were talking about how they wanted to reassemble all that footage and put it on here. For the first time ever, they wanted to put the original director's cut of Event Horizon, which is kind of like storied, in the community. The people that know about Event Horizon, it's like everybody knows about that fabled original cut that he put out there that the studio was like, fuck no, you're not putting this out. And we were hoping to get it. They said they were working on it, but unfortunately, we're not. It says that the Event Horizon Blu-ray won't have the missing footage, but it will include plenty of other special features. And it does look like they got a shit ton of great stuff. So if you're a fan of Event Horizon, there's going to be a lot of stuff, including some deleted scenes. But most of these deleted scenes, I'm sure we've probably already seen. There are a few that we've already seen, but not that fabled missing hardcore insane footage from the movie. If you're familiar with Event Horizon, one of the things I know, there was a lot of stuff that was cut out of it, like a huge amount apparently, but the scenes where it shows like the kind of like hellscape not devil, but like the, I don't know, demonic orgy scenes it shows them having that just flash up there real quick. They're almost subliminal, they're so quick. It's like, like that. Apparently those were full fucking scenes that were shot, and they were just terrible, like awful, not bad, like terrible in a bad way, but like so hardcore and gory. The studio was like, no way in hell. And the best he could do was get little flashes up there. So we're not going to get to see all that. Whether this stuff still exists or not is really up in the air. Paul W.S. Anderson did say that he believes that it's probably lost. He said for a while that he thinks, because the movie came out before DVDs and all this, right before DVD, and it wasn't common practice for them to always hold on to old footage of movies. If it was unused, they just get rid of it sometimes. Some of it they'd hold on to, but especially for a smaller movie like Event Horizon, it probably just got lost or got stored somewhere and wasn't held properly. So there's a good chance it's all gone. He said there might be some VHS copies out there floating around, or some like multiple copies and multiple different, because he said he had to cut it a bunch of times before he could get it down to where they would give him the okay. So maybe you could like pick and choose and remaster and make this cut again, but he said he feels as if as a whole this original cut is probably gone. And that's really unfortunate. I don't fault them for it. They did come out early on and say, hey, we're trying to, we want, this is what we want to do. But they never guaranteed it. They never promised it. They just promised that they were going to try to. And I appreciate the effort. It kind of sucks if they were unable to do it. And he was I don't know if Anderson was in, working with them, but I'm sure they contacted him. If they didn't come up with it by now, they're probably not going to. We might get some little snippets here or there, but I doubt we're going to end up ever seeing this original version of Event Horizon. And that kind of sucks, because it sounds like it was just like just out there by Anderson's own, in his own words. He said, where is it? He flat out said that bits and pieces of the lost cut of Event Horizon turn up, like on different VHS tapes. There will be bits of a scene that are slightly different from earlier cuts, but I think the truth is, when we delivered the first cut to Paramount, they were just horrified by the movie. Whoops, it skipped. It was much darker and scarier than they ever thought it was going to be. An executive actually said to me, "We're the studio that makes Star Trek." As if somehow I was bemishing Star Trek as well. It wasn't bad enough that I had made this horrible movie. It wasn't just bad enough that I'd made a horrible movie, but I was shitting all over Star Trek. So the movie ended up being trimmed a lot, and unfortunately it was before DVD really popularized deleted scenes and things like that, so there was no initiative for studios, no incentive, I can't read tonight, no incentive for studios to keep that material. And that sucks. He also says down here that he added that he was pretty sure the lost footage was truly lost forever. And that I mean, I don't know, maybe it's because I have a soft spot in my heart for this movie. It's not perfect, but it is just a fun, unique, just crazy out there movie. And it's in line with something like Pandorum, I think is the name of it. That's another one, like a sci-fi kind of horror, like gory horror, like body horror almost. That's what it's like. That if you're into that kind of thing, if you found enjoyment in that type of movie, that I actually feel like that movie was probably heavily inspired by Event Horizon. So if you haven't seen Event Horizon, this is a great chance to check it out, because this will probably be the best it's ever looked, especially in 4K. Movies that are shot on film, 35 millimeter film and other, typically, if mastered correctly, end up looking great, because 35 millimeter film has so much data in it that you can take it and just really get a great 4K transfer from it if done properly. And it says that they did transfer it to 4K. So if they did a good job with it, which they've done in the past with their other releases, this could be something great for fans. And if you've never seen Event Horizon, even if this isn't the avenue you take, definitely check that movie out. It's just a very unique, fun, good time. But it is not for even in its cut version that we ended up getting, it's not for the weak stomached. I mean, it's still pretty violent, and it's pretty out there. I mean, is it scary? I mean, it has its moments, a few jump scares, but it is a very creepy movie, and I thought it was a great time. So I'm looking forward to this release, even though we're not getting the one that I was really looking forward to, and this is kind of like me and a lot of people are just finally accepting the fact that we're probably never going to get that, and that sucks, but there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, what can you do besides remake it? And God, please just don't do that. Just don't. Leave it the fuck alone. Just leave it alone. Any Event Horizon fans out there, what do you guys think of this news? I mean, it's just a release of it, but still. Any of you know about this storied extra director's cut and had hope for it ever coming out, and now you're kind of like, damn it, you just dashed all my dreams, you son of a bitch. Everybody please, I went back this time. Welcome traffic. Yes, Event Horizon is Scream Factory's dope. Yeah. Scream Factory. Fucking Terrific's here. I always want to call you fucking Terrific. Terrific's here. What's up, Terrific? How you doing this tonight? Just late night, RuneScape, big chillin'. That's a great movie. Yeah, it is, man. I really and it got shit on by critics when it originally came out. Everybody was talking shit about it, said how bad it was, and it's like that little movie that could. It just said, "Fuck you, I don't care. I'm not living by your rules," and it kept on going, and everybody. I mean, it just eventually caught on. It's breaking my heart how I'll never see those amazing scenes. This life isn't fair. I know. Yeah, I figured Corey would know what I'm talking about. That it's like really some fabled shit. That movie was supposed to be super hardcore. Like those scenes were supposed to be just like it's really like storied how he went in there with this movie that they had said he could make, and he came back and they were like, what the fuck did you just give us? Some kind of like fucking gore porn shit. Corey said definitely buying Event Horizon, and if they ever fully restore it, I'll be double dipping. Yeah, I would too, man. I would buy that shit in a heartbeat. Oh, Terrific 6. Sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Hope it's just a cold or something with all this cold weather. They had more than gore. They had more than just gore that was cut. Whole side. Yeah, there was it wasn't just gore. Yeah, Greg's right. There was a lot of that movie. Because not only apparently did they mandate he had to cut out gore, they just wanted it cut down. There was all kinds of stuff, side plots, and maybe not necessarily whole characters, but characters, storylines and stuff like that they cut out. They made him just butcher his film to death. And I mean, thankfully the movie we got in the end was good, but you can see it. When you're watching the movie, you can see that there's more here. I'm not getting it all, but there's a lot more here. It just makes the mind race and wonder, what was this movie? I'm assuming it was even better. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's a situation like that movie Oliver Stone made, Alexander, I think it is, where we got the super long cut and it was just not good, and the shorter cut was actually the better one. I don't think so. I think this would have still been cool because it sounds like we just get more of the awesomeness we already had. Pandorum is a great movie too. Pandorum was cool. It's a lot better than I thought it was going to be. That movie doesn't get a lot of love either, though. It was another one that was kind of bashed by critics when it came out, or just kind of forgotten all around. The kid from Even Stevens, Ben Foster? Yeah. Wasn't that Ben Foster? Yeah, Ben Foster's in there, right? He's the main, him and Dennis Quaid. Which was a weird role for Dennis Quaid, just out of fucking nowhere. I think he came off like the fucking family-friendly rookie and went and did Pandorum. They did the same thing to Friday the 13th, Part 7. Cut all the gore out. Now the prints are lost, damaged, or restored. Yeah, man, that happened to a lot of movies back in the day. Really, honestly, not that far back, because I think this movie's from like 98, 97, maybe? But they just didn't hold shit right. They would store the stuff. They'd store the film, but they'd store it in it's film, and they would store it in like real humid areas and shit like that. And then come back like 20 years later and be like, oh shit, this is all fucked up. Why is that? No shit. It's your business. You should know that. Tom Savini. Did Tom Savini? He did Pandorum, I think. Or maybe it was Friday. He did one of these movies. Tom Savini does a lot of fucking movies. And he's, of course, best known for the the Dead movies. He was also in, he was Sex Machine in From Dusk Till Dawn, by the way. FYI, check that out. Okay. Be a little sip of my coffee here. Oh, it's getting lukewarm. Not cool. We gotta hurry this shit up. Alrighty. Oh, I've already changed. Whoops. Okay. So, next up is... This is probably... You know what? I'm going to skip... I'm going to come back to the... No, fuck it. Let's jump right in. I'm going to do this. This is what I would consider the biggest story of the week for me, at least. I mean, the Event Horizon one is great. I'm looking forward to that. But this is the one that is the most interesting. The one that... I can't say I'm going to necessarily talk about it as much because I really only got a few things to say about it. But it's the most exciting and the most kind of like somewhat out of left field, but at the same time kind of like, how has this not already happened kind of situation. And that is a movie that's coming up here soon that I'm just wondering... I was actually like, if they were going to do it, how did it not already happen? But you know what? It's happening now. And that is, of course, if you guys have had your ear to the ground, Face Off 2. They're making Face Off again. So maybe it'll be Face On? I don't know. But they're making a direct sequel to John Woo's Face Off. And we're getting mixed reports on whether John Travolta and Nicolas Cage will be in it, but it is going to be a direct sequel to Face Off. And this could be awesome. It could be great if Nicolas Cage is in it. And even John Travolta, because he's kind of nutty out there too. They were just the right kind of nuts to put together. But as they're saying that actually the day that this broke, a day or two ago, the day before, the guy who's in charge of this whole thing put out a tweet and it was misinterpreted, and he was saying that they were making a remake. They were remaking Face Off, and everybody was kind of like, But then he came up the next day and said, by the way, I'm just clarifying, we're not remaking it. He says here, Adam Wingard, by the way, he's the guy who's in charge of, he's directing the new Godzilla versus King Kong. Godzilla versus Kong, whatever the hell they're calling it. That's what he's directing. That's the kind of... So we see that, and we love it. We think it's awesome. That gives us some faith for Face Off. But he put out, after his initial tweet, he said, I would never reimagine or remake Face Off. It's a perfect action movie. Simon Barrett and I are writing a direct sequel. So they are currently in the process of writing it. So there's nobody attached to it, officially at least, as of yet. So it's still in the very early stages. But, I mean, this guy's in charge of one of the big movies of this year, so this is probably going to definitely be happening. And really, I'm cool with it. If they keep that kind of balls to the wall out there, reckless, abandon, just nuts kind of atmosphere like the first one did, if they keep all that in this sequel, I'm down. I'm cool with it. But I really want them to have John Travolta and especially Nicolas Cage in this. And of course, we don't know anything. Everybody's speculating about, will it be like his daughter who has to go and have her face taken off by a strange course of events or something like that, because she's probably an adult by this point? Or what is this sequel going to entail? Is Nicolas? Because spoiler alert, Nicolas Cage's character dies in the end of the movie, and John Travolta, of course, the good guy in the movie, he survives. And so how do you have Nicolas Cage come back if he's dead? People are like, oh, maybe it'll be in his head or a whole, maybe his kid that looks just like him. I don't know what they're going to do, but I hope, and they can do it. We're talking about a movie where they take fucking faces off people and put it on other people, and suddenly their bodies match and everything too. But so they could make it happen. I'd roll with it. It could be the most ridiculous thing in the world. He survived that harpoon through the fucking chest or whatever it was somehow, or they kept him I don't know. Maybe they kept him frozen. So John Travolta has to use his face again or something. But that still wouldn't be Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage would be in the movie, but maybe he does that, and then like somehow in John Travolta's head, the Castor Troy, I think that was the name of Nicolas Cage's character, is kind of like a dual kind of personalities in his head. I don't know what the hell they're going to do, but I just hope they do something, keep it a little bit wacky, not too far out there, but out there in that perfect, just great, batshit crazy face-off kind of way. That's what I want to see. We're probably at least a year or two out from this movie, unless they fast-track it or something. I don't think this is one they're going to fast-track. I think it'll do well. I think people will flock to it if done properly, but I don't think it's one that the studio's just like, you got to get this done by May or some shit like that. You know, I think they're just kind of like, yeah, you know, make your thing, do it, and we'll promote it when it comes, and hopefully it'll be a big hit. John Woo, however, is, as far as right now, not involved in this film. He's not directing. He's not writing. Obviously, these guys are writing it, but he's who knows what'll happen in the future. Maybe he'll bring on a producer credit or something like that. I don't know. At the moment, there are reports that are not they're not for sure, but who was it? Somebody was saying that Nicolas Cage and Nicolas Cage and John Travolta's parts will be recast, supposedly. But that's not substantiated. There's nobody that's not 100%. Like I said, they're just writing it right now. So who knows? I mean, if they're in the middle of writing it, how can you say that they haven't even finished it? How can you say those characters or somebody's not going to come back? If they don't, though, if Nicolas Cage and John Travolta don't come back, I don't really see the point in making it. I feel like someone or people who are fans enough of that property know that they're the ones that made that movie. Nicolas Cage and John Travolta. Cage and Travolta made Face Off what it was. Without them, what is it? It's another corny B action movie that we've seen a lot of. So I don't see how they would make this movie without getting those guys involved somehow. So I have a lot of faith, as somebody said earlier, I have a lot of faith in that they're going to make that happen. They're going to bring back Cage and Travolta, and we're going to get some great, crazy John Travolta and crazy Cage on screen again and taking faces off. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe it'll be like they'll just have like multiple faces coming off and going on people. Just everybody be all fucking mixed up. I don't know. I like what I've seen of Godzilla versus Kong so far, but that's just a trailer. I don't know. So hopefully this guy knows what he's doing, and we're going to end up with a good time here. Because, I mean, just just do it justice. That's all I'm asking. Just do Face Off justice. It's just corny, cheesy, over-the-top, batshit crazy fun, and that's what we want more of. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just give us more of that and include John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. We got any Face-Off fans here? I bet we do. Who doesn't like Face-Off? I mean, come on. You ain't got to love it, but nobody hates it. Nobody hates Face-Off. Well, somebody's downloading something right now. Oh, Feast. There's 2 Feast movies. Both of them are horror themed. 2005 Feast. Okay, yeah. I want to see a hardcore gay movie called Face Off. A hardcore gay movie called Face Off. You know, if you go searching hard enough, man, you might be able to find it. It could already be out there. There's websites that we could point you in the right direction for, and I'm sure you could find that shit. Feast is the one with the monster things that are trying to bang people. Yeah, I think there's 2 of them, man. I get them really confused. I'm surprised you saw Feast, Antonio. Didn't think that was your cup of tea. Antonio watches lots of movies. He just reviews erotic thrillers. He reviews those sexy erotic thrillers, but the guy watches all kinds of flicks. They can call the gay Face-Off me. Face-Off with a heart on. Face-Off with a heart on. Hard on? Yeah, we'll just go with Face-Off with a heart on. Yeah, probably. I've seen it before. Then okay, sequels. We're talking about Feast again. 3 Feast movies. They did. One of them did get a bunch of sequels. The Feast movies. One of them did end up with a bunch of sequels. Let me guess. Says Greg. They'll put Jared Leto and Michael B. Jordan in the new Face-Off movie. I would not. That would not surprise. If that's the news we got, I would be like, yep, figures. Or Pedro Pascal and Michael B. Jordan or something like that. Michael B. Jordan seems like he's about to be in everything. Yeah, see? Antonio said, I like different kinds of movies. We were talking about Eliza Dushku. Oh, yeah, that's right. Her name was Faith in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I totally missed that earlier when you guys were talking about that, by the way. She was Faith in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She was also in that show, Dollhouse. I like that show. I have no faith in these movies. Maybe I've been burned too many times, Jacob. Yeah, we'll see. I think it can be done. They could have an epically awesome follow-up to Face Off. But I also feel like Face Off was such a one-off. It was so... When I saw the trailer to it, I was like, this is going to be some throwaway movie. But it has, like, stood the test of time. That movie is, like, near and dear to a lot of people. And it's all because of those performances from Cage and Travolta. If it wasn't for them, this would just be some Dolph Lundgren Apex movie on the side that nobody ever sees. The story itself is not anything great. I mean, it's shot well. It's got some good shot action scenes. That's John Woo. But, I mean, the story is nothing fantastic. It's really batshit crazy kind of out there. It's those two that really just elevated it. That movie is all about the people that are in it. I could eat a peach for hours. Sounds kind of sensual. We have to have appreciation for cinema. We do. Well, I mean, I do. I guess you don't have to, but I do. I'm sure they've already made... Yeah, see, Short and Sweet knows what's up. They've already made... I guarantee there's a gay porn face-off out there with some type of really creative name. That's the best part of porn, besides the porn itself. But the best part of all porn is the name, like the parody porn where they make fun of movies. A lot of times is the name. They get super creative with the names. I mean, there's not much to be creative with in the actual movies. I mean, it's people fucking. You can get creative with that. Don't get me wrong, but there's not a lot you hadn't seen. I mean, I did see a Star Trek porn where the Spock character like jizzed all over this chick, and it looked like green, like icing. So that was creative, but for the most part, there's not a lot to be creative with in porn. It can still be entertaining, but the names are really creative, like Edward Penis Hands and shit like that. Anyway, moving on. What am I doing here? What am I doing? I'm lost. Here we go. Okay, so next in line, we're moving on along here. We just got two more quick things to go over. This next one is just a short story. It's not really a story. I mean, they're talking about it, but it's kind of like we've heard this before. I think it's kind of I don't know. I don't agree with this mindset, but it is what it is. And we're talking about Black Widow. Black Widow has been delayed so many fucking times and pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to come out almost a year ago now. So it's been done for probably about a year. This movie's just sitting there. And this story is really just about Paul Feig, the guy in charge of... No, not Paul Feig. Is it Paul Feig? Kevin Feig, I'm sorry. Or Kevin Feige. Paul Feig, somebody else. Kevin Feige, the guy in charge of Marvel, refusing to release this movie on Disney Plus, on streaming. He says it is a theatrical movie. You have to see it in theaters. It's going to be released in theaters. It's currently slated to come out May 7th. A lot of people are saying, no, that ain't going to happen. It could come out on May 7th. I mean, there's theaters are open. Not a lot of them. Something like over 60% of theaters in the U.S. are closed, and they will probably still be closed come May 7th. So there's theaters, the other 40 or less percent theaters that are open that could put this movie out. It's just not going to make any money in theaters. And that's not the part. I get that, okay? They made this big summer Hollywood blockbuster. Traditionally speaking, the movie, they go to theaters, they make money there, then they go home. I get that that's the original way that this has been done, and it's been done for a long time. But we're in a new world now, man. We're in a world of streaming. We're in a world where the coronavirus forced us. It forced these companies to look at home media and streaming there and the options they had. And that's where everybody's headed. I mean, Disney itself is even headed there with a lot of its properties. It even says it here, Raya and the Last Dragon. That's an animated property. That's a new animated Disney movie. I talked about it here on the JARcast a few episodes back. And that's Disney's bread and butter. I don't know, Marvel's probably its bread and butter now. But that's what Disney's known for, is its animated projects. And this is a big budget, theatrical animated movie, and they're bringing it to Disney Plus day one because it makes sense. The theaters are not, even if they opened every theater by May 7th, everybody's not going to feel comfortable as a whole. Your hardcore fans will, but not everybody's going to feel comfortable going out to a theater with a few hundred people to sit in this little room for 2 hours to watch Scarlett Johansson jump around as Black Widow. They're just not. They're not going to do that for any movie. Some people will, but not like before. If anything, take the approach that HBO or Warner is taking, where you release it at home and in theaters. People that want to go see it in theaters, that they don't want to subscribe to your service, they'll go to theaters to see it. Other people will just subscribe to your service. I mean, that would drive more people. A movie like this definitely would drive more people to your service, which is what they're really wanting. Disney is very focused on Disney Plus right now. They want it to work. And they need, I think it's something like 250,000 or 250 million, something like, I think it's 250 million subscribers to break even, or before it's somewhat profitable or something like that. I don't know all the details of it. And as of like here recently, they're at 95, which is ahead of their projections, but it's still a far cry from 250 fucking million people. So they got a ways to go, and this would really push people in that direction. And it's just another case, and I see this from the Disney troupe. Before Disney said, hey, we're going to start releasing a bunch of stuff on Disney Plus day and date instead of theaters, because, the whole situation, theaters are out for a while, and we got to release this stuff. And I think it was Soul that they were saying that they refused to release it on VOD and on streaming platforms, or platform, I guess. They said, no, this is a theatrical. I remember this was a story. Their words were pretty much, this is a theatrical movie. This movie has to be seen in theaters. Nowhere else. This is not a home video movie. Get out of that mindset, man, because that's not where we're at anymore. I mean, I love the theater experience, but even myself, I appreciate having that option. I would still go to the theater sometimes because it is an experience, but I enjoy the option of sitting at home, and I think a lot of people have gotten a much bigger taste of that here recently with new movies coming out. Universal's doing it to where they're going to be releasing movies in theaters, and a lot of them are day and date, but I think there's a mandate they have where they will release a movie in theaters and then something like less than 2 weeks later or something, or maybe it's right over 2 weeks later, everything's going to streaming services right after that. It's some kind of deal they have worked out with some of the theaters. Of course, Warner Brothers, everything is day and date, or at least everything's on HBO Max. I mean, look at the fucking HBO Max's summer lineup for the next, starting this month, or starting in March. Actually, it's already started. Every week they have a new big budget movie or a big movie coming out on there, and it's working. It's driving people to HBO Max, and it's making HBO Max thrive, and more stuff is coming to it, and it's becoming a much more viable platform. So Disney, get on it, man. Stop being too good. It's like they're saying Black Widow's too good. MCU movies don't come just straight to video. They're too big for that. They have to go to theaters. Get the fuck over yourself, man. No, release that shit. Put it out. It's been fucking done. Because what's going to happen, because they also have, they talk about it down here, where they're coming up on, they're running out of time. Because they have this, what was it? I mentioned it earlier. The next in line is Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. It's currently scheduled for July 9th. And the Eternals, November 5th. So you got 2 movies, which the MCU revolves mostly around the movies, but now you got these TV shows too. That's the problem. The TV shows work into the MCU as well. And what's going to happen is some of the stuff, the reveals, the lore, things like that, if this is structured like the previous MCU was, these movies are going to be talking about stuff that they have the shows and the movies set up to where they will come out in an order to where some of this stuff makes sense. They're going to keep pushing stuff back till they push themselves into a corner where they have to release this stuff or things aren't going to make sense within the continuity of their world, their universe that they're creating. Because I'm sure they're like WandaVision, everything that's going on in there. I have not watched it yet. I'm familiar with it. I would rather wait until it's all out and then make my verdict. I know it's very up in the air, hit or miss, as some people like it, some people don't. But it's at least interesting. But that show is definitely going to have some stuff that has to do with the entire MCU. And it's going to affect stuff, or other movies are going to affect it. We're going to run into a problem where one of these shows is supposed to affect the movie or vice versa. And then this effect is going to happen in one of these platforms, and the other one hadn't happened yet. And people are like, what the fuck is that? And it's not going to be as fluid as it was before. So they're going to have to release this stuff. Just release it on Disney Plus. I mean, you got people signing up in droves. This will drive them there even, more. You get more money out of a fucking subscription than you do a movie ticket. I mean, somebody pays one person, even if they took a few of them. If 2 people went to the movies, the actual movie ticket part you're only getting, what, $15, $20? Let's call it $20. And then maybe a little bit more. At home, you're getting, how much is Disney Plus? $15, something like that? I don't know. You're getting $50 every month from them at that point. So, yeah, and because that's, most people don't end it after that first free month or free weeks or whatever. Just release it. I really don't like it when people are elitist and they act like they're above something, and they're trying to act as if the MCU movies are just above going to home video. I think what it is because their shows are. They had these MCU shows that are showing up on Disney Plus right now, and it's kind of like, okay, you can watch those at home, but if you want to see the main event, you have to go. And they feel like maybe it will devalue like the movies if they go straight there, and I don't think that's the case. People want to watch your stuff. Put it the fuck out. I think Black Widow is a little bit different because it is a prequel. I don't know if it's going to tie into the new MCU as much as some of the other movies that are coming, because it is more of a prequel. It's already happened. And, maybe it can actually hold out for a bit longer. But these other ones, I assume, are going to tie into what's coming. So they got to get off their asses and make something happen. I don't know. as of right now, though, they are saying that they're sticking to May 7th, but they are throwing out there that they said, at the moment, it's still slated for May 7th. So that's not them saying hardcore stake in the ground. It's Kevin Feige saying hardcore, he's fighting for it to stay on May 7th. I say, okay, fine, dude. Release it on May 7th. Go ahead. See how much money this movie makes in movie theaters. Ask Tenet about how that worked out for him. And that was probably the biggest movie to come out in theaters since all this shit went down. How did it go down for Tenet? Didn't work out too great, did it? No, Tenet did not make its money back in theaters. So they should have just done like either a dual release or released it only at home or whatever. Something. Stop being hard-headed because it's always been that way or you're going to get left behind. And that's just how it is in everything, and that's no different here. These Hollywood types, it's always been this way. That's how it's going to continue to be. No. This shit, well, even if the whole virus and all that and our way of life, which we're a ways away from getting back to any kind of normalcy for sure. If anybody thinks differently, you're insane. But if we do get back to that, where stuff's open like regularly, that does not mean people are going to just go out of their houses and feel comfortable going and sitting with a whole bunch of people in a little cramped room for 2 hours. It's just not in the way that they were before. It's going to be a while till we get back to that. But that's my take. I mean, anybody listening to this might think, shut the hell up, you don't know what you're talking about. Black Widow can only be seen in theaters. But me, myself, I'd be okay sitting at home and watching it cozy on my couch. What do you guys think here in the chitty chat? No more euphemisms, says Antonio. I assume maybe that peach thing you was talking about earlier. I think Greg was talking about. I'm more interested in Rey and the Last Dragon than Black Widow, says Greg C. I'm not super hyped about Black Widow. I'll see it. And I don't have anything against it, but I don't know. Like I said, after Endgame was the end of it all for me. That tied up all that stuff that was going on for all those 10 years. And yeah, I know they had left some stuff open there at the end, but I never felt like they left so much open that I'm just like, oh, I got to go see it. So I'm really going to reserve. And I've also heard some of the comments they've made about the MCU moving forward about how they're not wanting to do these big 10-year stretches, but they're wanting to get the same bang that Endgame gave them, but in a shorter amount of time. So they're wanting to have maybe 3 or 4 years, or maybe even less than that, I don't know, of a couple of movies that loosely tie together and then have a big payoff. But they did that before. That was the Avengers 1 and then the Avengers 2. Avengers 2 was kind of not so much. I would say Winter Soldier, but whatever. Not Winter Soldier, Civil War. It was more of an Avengers 2 in my eyes than the actual Avengers 2. But I don't see. I don't know. They've made some disparaging comments, in my opinion. I think that they're wanting to just churn out as much as possible in a short amount of time, and it's just gonna. Disney does that, man. They assembly line their shit, and they just make it. They assimilate everything and then try and get it out as quickly and manufacture it as quickly as possible. And I think that, because if you look at the later MCU movies, honestly, that's what happened. Once Disney got a hold of them, and I am kind of a Disney hater, I guess, but I don't hate them, but I'm not a huge fan. If you look at the early MCU films, they had some real heart to them. And then when you get into the later ones, they all started seeming more and more alike. They were still entertaining. Let me preface all that. Let me preface all that and say that they were still entertaining. I saw them all, and for the most part, I liked them all. There were a few I didn't care for. The second Thor was okay. It had some missteps. Captain Marvel, I just thought I didn't like it. Nothing to do with the character, like the female character. It just felt very forced, and it just felt. I don't know. I didn't feel like they needed that movie. I have nothing against the character. I didn't mind her in Endgame. I thought she was good there, and I wouldn't have minded a full-fledged Captain Marvel movie, but it felt very last-minute and forced to me. That's me. And but most of them I did find enjoyment in. Captain Marvel wasn't terrible, by the way, but it wasn't. It was lacking, comparably speaking. But anyway, moving on. I don't feel like that heart, once Disney really got their claws in, they started making movies under that banner, everything just all of them kind of became the same. And I know that was what they were going for, is they wanted it to seem like one big universe. But it seemed that way before, but it was a fresh take. It seemed like more chances were taken prior to that takeover. And even a little bit after the takeover, because, a lot of these movies were already being made, it seemed like they were taking more chances. They were doing a little bit more creative stuff. After Disney took it, it seemed like they were doing more things that a group got together and said, what's going to please the crowd? Like there was an algorithm that said, this is what needs to be in the movie. We need to put this in there somewhere. And once again, I was entertained, but that only goes so far. After a while, it gets stale. Hopefully that's not. Hopefully the next MCU just blows me away, or blows me. One, I'll take either one. Antonio. Oh, Corey said, "Y'all check out the Judas and the Black Messiah movie on HBO." Yes, my dope. I have not seen it yet. I do plan on checking that out this week, though, Corey. I saw that just popped up. Antonio said, "Short. I mean, I may have to tell everyone how sexy your real name is." Uh-oh. I said, okay, Antonio, be good. All right, they only doing Shang-Chi to cater to China. Yeah, I don't know anything about Shang-Chi and the ring thing and all that. So, now granted, I didn't know anything about Ant-Man before that came out, and I like those movies, so who knows? It might be good. But I do know that Disney, not just Marvel, Disney absolutely caters to China in a lot of ways. There's videos you can go online and look at. It's in your face. They very much so cater to China. They even film extra scenes for Marvel movies that are only shown in China that feature Chinese actors and stuff like that are like put in the middle of the movie. I think the first time I saw that was in Avengers 2 or Age of Ultron. There's like a whole small subplot with this Chinese doctor or something that's only in the Chinese version. It's there strictly for that. And their posters, don't even get started on their posters. Look at the Star Wars Disney poster debacle. That's some funny shit. I mean, not funny. It's fucked up is what it is, but it's kind of funny how in your face it is. And then especially some of the shit Disney does, like some of the stances they take and say, but then you look at this whole Star Wars thing they got going on. I mean, just look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's kind of like, really? You guys like got a dual standard there. All right, the only doing ain't no way I'm paying to watch Shang-Chi. I once again, I know nothing about it. I can't say. Maybe I'll see the trailer and be like, yeah, that's awesome. However, have you guys noticed that these movies, I mean, Black Widow was supposed to come out quite a while ago. Shang-Chi, it said is, I think, not November, June or July or something like that. No trailer, nothing. Not a teaser, not a nothing. The Eternals, I guess, I mean, that's a new property. They typically start, pushing that stuff out some teasers or something months and months in advance. That's November. It's not really that far away. But granted, we haven't gotten a Mortal Kombat trailer yet either, and that movie comes out like a month. All right, I keep going back to Greg's comment there. Oh man, I hate when this thing skips. If I skip some of you guys' comments, I'm sorry. I love that you guys are in here commenting so much, though. That's great. I love it. WandaVision is great after the first 3 episodes, said Greg. I've heard both. I've heard some people that really like it, some people don't. I heard the first 3 episodes are tough to get through. I grew up with a lot of that type of TV, so I think hopefully I'll find some enjoyment in it. We'll see. I'm going to give it a watch after they're finished, though, probably in the next few weeks. I think it's supposed to end in the next week or 2 or something like that. I saw that well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to say anything. For those of you that do watch it and haven't watched it, I don't want to spoil anything, but I've had a lot of it spoiled for me already. A hard head makes a soft ass. Right on. I have a really hard head. I don't know. I can't really judge if my ass is soft or not. Greg said that's the name of my new hardcore gay porno. Oh. That's some funny shit right there, man. I love it. That's hilarious. I like theaters and dislike humans. So being able to watch new movies at home is dope for me. I know, I'm with you, Corey. I got a lot of kids too. So just getting out of the house to be able to go to theaters is not always the easiest thing. And definitely if I take my kids, Jesus Christ, they'll get a week's worth of wages to take them to the movie theater. They need to bring out the new Candyman. Yeah, where the hell's that at? I think it is. It's scheduled for next October. They delayed it a fucking year. Actually, they delayed it. They delayed it to like March or something like that. But then it got pushed out again. Now it's coming out next Halloween sometime, or right before. It might be September. I think it's September. It's right before Halloween. If you think about Disney makes really bad things, the only good things they make, Kevin Feige and Jon Favreau were part of. I've never, and Greg, you've been on here a while, so you've probably heard me talk about it. I've never been a huge Disney fan. Disney is, my biggest complaint about them is that everything seems, after it really gets into the Disney machine, they assimilate things, which I have no problem with that. Whatever, you buy companies, it happens. And that's how you acquire things. But they take it and they claim, oh, we're going to give you freedom and let you do whatever. But then everything gets assimilated and just mashed up in the machine, and they spit it out to where it's just like this. It's manufactured. Everything seems so manufactured that comes from Disney, especially now. It didn't used to be that way. But now everything is just calculated by like a machine. It seems like a machine. It seems like people had an idea and they said, okay, let's put it through the machine. And they take their idea and they put it through this machine that like picks out all the stuff. And it's like, does it appeal to the greatest amount of audience? Which I know their business, they're here to make money. I'm not a fool. I understand that movies, while an art form, are still, the studios are in it to make money. But when it comes to films and books, entertainment, things like that, it is an art. There has to be a passion and an art to it. And I feel like a lot of these projects started with passion, but then after they went to the machine, a lot of that passion was sucked out. My biggest one I always point to is Frozen, and I know a lot of people love that movie. I can't stand it. It is one of the most manufactured pieces of trash I've ever seen in my life. And I typically won't just outright call something, especially something popular, just straight up trash. Because I try to respect the fact that other people like it, and that's cool. If I didn't like it, I'll say I didn't like it. But that movie is fucking trash, and it's manufactured. It pisses me off, and I'll rant for days about it. My wife hates whenever it comes up. She'll just start rolling her eyes and be like, oh my God, not this again. Because I'll go on and on about how it is the most, watch that movie, is the most, like, you can see the machine's fingerprints all over it, how it said, do this, do that. And you had to put all these specific things in. I can't stand it. It's soulless. It is an empty, soulless movie that bothers me. Maybe I'm looking into it too much. I don't know. Maybe I fucking heard that song one too many goddamn times. Possibly. But it's soulless and empty. So I'm with you, Greg. I do think a lot of things that come out of Disney now are pretty empty. And you said, except for the stuff that Kevin Feige and Jon Favreau were part of, but Kevin Feige's getting sucked into that whole Marvel universe. It is still entertaining, but I don't know how much originality is coming out of it. I hear WandaVision. I hear good things about it. I ain't gonna lie. I hear good things and bad things, but I hoping it will kind of restore my faith in it all. And Jon Favreau, I think he has the potential with like the Mandalorian and everything, but there's a lot of shit going on with that show. There was some news on that show, by the way. I was going to talk about the whole Gina Carano, whatever her name is, thing. Cara Dune. I didn't even want to get into it. I just didn't want to get into it. I looked into it. There's so much heat on that right now. I think it's pretty funny what she ended up doing. She got straight up canceled. Nowadays people get canceled. It's like you never hear about them. She got canceled like the next fucking day. I mean, people might not like it, but she ended up with like another gig. And it wasn't the next day, but it was like real quick. She ended up with this big gig and got this whole new following from it. And like she was able to she got canceled by fucking Disney, and she was able to give the big middle finger. I respect that. Regardless of where you're going and how you're doing it, it's not like it's not like something like terrible. And we don't know what she's going to end up doing specifically, but we know where she's going and how she's got another gig. She's going to be all right. And she was able to give the middle finger to the man. I kind of respect that. I ain't going to lie. But that whole situation, all I will say about it is because what I heard about it initially, I was like, damn, that's fucked up. But then you start looking into it, there's a lot more to that situation with her and all that goes back months at this point. Look into it. Those types of things I've learned nowadays, don't go off of what you hear and what you read initially. Even when it comes from like reputable sources, look into it. And I'm not saying go to like some like crazy left or right wing kind of leftist, rightist, all that shit, some extremist side or anything. No, just look at all the original stuff. Go and look at these things. I've found that when you like look into things yourself and do your own research, not even a lot, just like a little bit, you find more truth that way, and then you kind of find how both sides to any story are a little skewed. Sometimes one side's more skewed than the other. But that one is a very interesting one as far as like what people are saying and what it actually is, implications, all that stuff. It's interesting. I mean, you make your own judgments. That's not my place to make anyone's judgment. I do think it's a fucked up situation, though. And the whole cancel culture thing, I will throw that out there. I don't get political, but I don't agree with cancel culture. I think it has the potential to get out of hand. But anyway, moving on to other things. What were we talking about? We were talking about Disney, and that's spawned from that. Anyway, Antonio, September, then they'll move it back. Yep. I think that they'll probably keep. I think that Candyman, if theaters are all still shut down, I think it'll just end up coming to VOD. I mean, isn't the color black technically an absence or color or instead of what we think of as white? Yeah, true that. I couldn't even remember anything about Frozen other than the Let It Go song. That was the only thing. Yeah, that's what everybody remembers about that. I hate cancel culture. It's extremely annoying culture. I don't like it. I think that I don't honestly know. That I could be way off on this. I'd like to think, like many things, it started from maybe a good place. I don't know, man. I don't like the idea of just like outright destroying anyone's life. Even if they're shit, if they're a bad person I absolutely can't stand and I totally hate and I think they're a terrible person, then I take them out of my life. I get rid of them. Because every life has other lives attached to it, and I also think that no one person is boiled down to one single thing that they've done, said, or acted. Some people are terrible. There's some shitty people out there. That's for damn sure. But typically in these situations, we hear about this one thing, and all of a sudden that becomes that person's legacy. And I don't know. That seems like you're effectively, because in cancel culture, it's typically that someone's career is ruined or their life is changed, like totally. And it's like, who am I to decide if that's fair or not? And who is the mob? Because there's not many mobs I agree with. There's not many mobs I put a lot of stock in, because mob mentality is a thing. And when a lot of people get together, all of a sudden a lot of people's mentality starts to align, even though if it initially didn't. I'm not saying that's always the case, but that can definitely happen. That is a thing. That's why that word exists, or phrase, mob mentality. Let's look here. I write peas on my head, but don't call me a peahead. Yeah, Andy Milanakis, yeah. Did he die? I could be wrong. Maybe that's one of those things, like a Mandela effect thing or something. I heard he died. Maybe I didn't hear he died. I don't fucking know. I've said this before, not on here, says Corey. If you make money, don't be on Twitter. I agree. You're probably right there. First there was Tom Green, then there was Andy Dick, then Milanakis. Yep. Or should have been. Cancel culture might as well be jump on the bandwagon culture. That's all it is. If it's popular, people want to do it. Doesn't have to be do with canceling. Look at the stupid Gorilla Glue girl. Oh my God, I saw that the other day. But that's, it started out as kind of a funny thing, which, yeah, it was dumb, okay? Let's be real. And people were like, I can't believe they're making fun of her. I can't believe she put fucking Gorilla Glue in her hair. I mean, you do something dumb. If you do something dumb and people see it out in the world, okay, you just did something dumb. I've done dumb shit. And at the moment, I didn't realize it or didn't think about it. But you did something dumb and then you put it on the internet. And you kept putting it on the internet. So you knew it was dumb while you were putting it on the internet. So at that point, I'm like, it's free game. You did something dumb and you continued to broadcast it to the world. So you deserve some people saying you dumb. Or maybe you're not dumb, but I believe smart people can do dumb things, and you could be the smartest person in the world, but you did something dumb there. But yeah, that shit's actually getting serious now. It's kind of like ha ha ha, and funny, but now it's turned into this thing where there's going to be like a lawsuit possibly because they didn't put on their bottle, do not put this product in your hair. It says don't put it on your skin. I mean, your skin is an extension of hair. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what'll happen? You never know nowadays. Nothing's too far out there for me nowadays. But yeah, the Gorilla Girl hair. What the fuck? I saw that shit. I was like, what? What? Who does that? Even if you don't know what Gorilla Glue is, which I feel like a lot of people have heard of Gorilla Glue. But if you haven't heard of Gorilla Glue, when you looked at the bottle and you started reading, you don't even need to know like what the ingredients are. You just start reading the bottle. It says on that bitch like for wood, like metal, adhesive, all these things that should clue you in. Because she says she read the bottle. So, I mean, what? Greg said I was reading his mind. That's hilarious. I literally just got done checking if Andy Menalakis was dead. Is he dead? I can't be with a Gorilla Glue chick. Corey said I just can't with a Gorilla Glue chick. I mean, you have to realize that people do dumb shit every day. Oh, Lord, Goatsy. But I'm saying the reason I was dumb today is because of social media. Also, cancel culture. It's nothing but a crock of shit that has to do with social media. Jacob and I are in our mid-30s. I'm in my early 40s, home slice. I'm 41 years young. But anyway, yes, I agree with all that stuff. Let's not get. I'm not going to get too far into it. We start getting political. I try and keep my nose out of politics. I grew up. Quick backstory. I ain't going to go further, and then we're going to jump into this last story. But I grew up. My father, he was not a politician, but he worked in politics and he worked for politicians, and he was we were not rich by any means. That doesn't mean you got money, by the way. And it wasn't my whole life, but I remember there being lots of interactions with politicians. I saw that world, at least from a young age. I saw pieces of it from behind the veil a bit. They're all shit, man. Every one of them. Anybody who thinks, this politician really cares about me. No, they don't. They don't. Not at all. As much as you think they do not. They care about them. There's some that maybe care a little bit more than others, but at the end of the day, it's numero uno. I mean, I thought that when I was a kid because I saw it. I've seen them turn it on, just like I would turn it on when I turn my camera on to do a video. Like, that's how I've seen them be one way, and then as soon as they are in public, it's like they like turn on this whole nother person. Me, I'm a personality on the internet. I do that. It's more or less I'm playing a character of myself, a heightened version of myself on videos. So that makes sense. You're a politician. You're supposed to be selling realism, and you're not. You're selling a fucking lie. That's all of them. Just don't fool yourself into thinking it's not. Anyways. Let's get on. I said I wasn't going to take all night. Actually, I said I'd be done by 11 o'clock. It's 11:04. We got a little bit more to go, though. Okie dokie. So next up in line, our last story of the evening is really just kind of a fun story. Nothing groundbreaking. Probably nothing about it either. Nothing will ever come of it. But I thought it was interesting. It was fun, especially with this particular movie that's coming out soon. The idea, the thought that this was actually thought of, considered, bounced around, and I mean, you never know, could still happen. I don't look forward to it happening. I mean, I'd look forward to it happening, but I don't look for it to happen. But there's a possibility, slim, but a possibility, that sometime in the future, and it has been officially talked about, we could get a Pacific Rim versus Godzilla versus King Kong crossover, which is, I mean, just when I first read that right there, I thought, holy shit, I would see that. I would not need a trailer. I wouldn't need anything else to be said about it. You said fucking Pacific Rim, Godzilla, King Kong, one movie. I'm there, man. I'm there. Might end up being terrible, but the idea is amazing. That's a fucking awesome movie. That is so 60s, 70s Godzilla, like Toho Godzilla flick. That is more 1960s Toho Godzilla type of movie than anything I've seen since then. This is the mashup of all mashups. I would love to see that. That would be amazing. Now, much like I did, apparently, when that was thrown out there, when the Stephen S. DeKnight, who was the director of the last Pacific Rim movie, Uprising, the one with John Boyega, which I didn't think was that bad. It wasn't as good as the first one. It was all right. It got trashed pretty good, though, and it was successful, but not successful enough to immediately greenlight a third movie. They are coming out with an animated show, but the third movie is still kind of up in the air. His idea was at the end of the third movie, he was going to leave the door open with some hints that these two universes could cross. And, I mean, I could definitely see it. But when fans started to apparently fantasize about the Jaegers, which is the giant robots that they use in Pacific Rim, fighting against King Kong and Godzilla, DeKnight came on and said, no. He said, yes, I want to cross Pacific Rim and Godzilla and Kong, but that doesn't necessarily mean Jaegers will be fighting Godzilla and Kong. Now, that all of a sudden people are like, well, what? What does that mean then? Does that mean that Godzilla and Kong will be fighting alongside the Jaegers, some other bigger threat? Maybe. But also, it doesn't mention it here, and I'm sure people have said it, maybe the Jaegers aren't even a thing. Maybe it's Godzilla and Kong entering into the Pacific Rim, maybe from another rip or something, I don't know, and somehow fighting the kaiju from Pacific Rim. I think if you're going to meld these two together, the Jaegers got to be there because they are, I think the Jaegers and the kaiju got to be there because they are both what make Pacific Rim Pacific Rim. So I would think that they probably, whether the Jaegers would fight Kong and Godzilla or not, apparently not, but I think that they would definitely be there in some capacity. Some people even went as far as to say they wanted King Kong to jump into a ginormous Jaeger and use it to fight like the biggest kaiju ever. And as insane and out there and crazy as that is, I'd pay to see it, man. I would fucking pay to see that shit in a heartbeat. Now, they've already said that DeKnight is, he's pretty much, it's more of a fanciful thing. This is like a thought he had, and he did actually, or he still does, I suppose. There's probably going to be a third Pacific Rim in some way, form, shape, or fashion at some point, and I wouldn't be surprised if he at least leaves it open enough to where it could happen. Whether it'll be a direct reference to these movies or not, who knows? And, you know, after the Godzilla vs. Kong movie comes out, if it ends up just doing gangbusters and being huge and everybody loves it, that might be another avenue for them to have more Godzilla and Kong action and revitalize Pacific Rim as well. So this might actually become a more, like, believable scenario at that point. Who knows? And if that's the case, I mean, I'm joking about this now, and even the article says that chances of this happening are very slim, and, you know, it was tossed around, but nothing anywhere far from concrete has happened here. But if that movie does great, the studio might come back to it and say, hey, you know what, that idea you was talking about, big-ass robots, Godzilla, Kong, and some big-ass monsters, let's move forward with that. Who knows? You know, Hollywood has greenlit weirder shit, that's for sure. Once again, that's about all this story is right there. It's just kind of a, hey, haha, this seems like it could have been fun. You know, there's nothing concrete and there's nothing more to it. But the idea has been tossed around. So in 5, 6, 7 years, if we hear about Pacific Rim versus Godzilla Kong, then don't be surprised. You heard it here first, unless you already read about this somewhere else, because I get all my news from other sources. So, but I thought that would be fun. It'd be a neat little mashup. Do I really think it would be a serious movie? I mean, I guess they'd play it serious, but do I think this would be like the greatest movie ever made? You know, it could be. I don't think it would be the greatest movie ever made, but it could be the greatest viewing experience ever. That's for sure. This could be just insanely fun. Or it could be fucking terrible. Who knows? You never know in movies nowadays. But that's my thoughts. If I got any Pacific Rim and Godzilla and or Kong fans, and better yet, all three, then who knows? There's a light at the end of the tunnel for that mashup you've always wanted. Could still happen. How about you guys in the chat? What do you guys think about all three of these platforms or universes rather, and them all coming together? We're getting two of them in less than a month now. Isn't it March 8th, I think, is Godzilla vs. Kong. That's just, that's less than a month away. Cancel culture, more cancel culture stuff. If you use any hair care product, you generally check, especially if you've never seen it. So it's a clout chase. She made $20,000 via GoFundMe. Yeah, I'm totally with you there. I will comment on that part of it. It was totally a clout chase. Because she did, like, overnight, she became pretty much famous, got all these followers, got a whole bunch of money, the GoFundMe thing, and apparently she's getting surgery that she does or may need. She's getting that for free. Somebody's doing that. I don't know how true that is, but I heard that. And now she's suing. There's like a lawyer attached to it. Whether they'll actually move forward with it or if it's just another PR stunt, who knows. But she is talking about taking legal action. Antonio said, I honestly believe that was a ploy. Hell, I'd traded all in for clout and millions too. I mean, I would too. If somebody said, hey, put Gorilla Glue on your fucking hair on live, like on TikTok or something, or wherever, I don't care. Do it on fucking YouPorn. I would fucking do it. If you're going to give me all that money and all the followers and everything, you'd see my ass doing reviews bald as a motherfucker for a while. Hell, even if they said your hair will never grow back, if I could get a jump start like that, hell yeah, I would. I'd be a bald-headed motherfucker. Either that or I'd go get some fucking Rogaine or some shit. Who cares? I'd rather be rich. I ain't gonna lie, I know money doesn't bring happiness, but it sure does bring stability, and I'd take it. I've made respect in life, but all that causes me to do is hide when I truly need anything. Because I'll never ask for help. I get you. Corey said he'll be right back. Hell, if I were her, I'd have shaved my head flat out. No publicity. But she went public, so it was obviously a stunt. And I'm with you. I don't see how you could put I don't see how anybody could put Gorilla Glue in their hair and it not be a stunt. Now, whether she thought that it was going to go as big as it did, I doubt she thought that. And maybe she put it in there and she thought it would come out. Maybe she didn't think Gorilla Glue was as hardcore as it is. But god damn, how do you not? How would you not think that would, like, damage the shit out of your hair? I'm a guy and I know that. Greg said, I'm still waiting for my Ash versus Jason versus Freddy movie. That would be awesome. There's a comic book. There is a comic book of that. They have a new Evil Dead game coming out. I remember it was at one of the Xbox shows they showed that. Maybe the Game Awards. I don't know. I saw there's a trailer for it. I think it's still pretty early, but it looked pretty cool. If I had to get, it doesn't say much. I bet it's going to be like a not Dead by Dawn. That's the name of the fucking movie. The one game where one person's the killer and everybody else is running from him. I can't remember it. I know if Alvin's still in here, he plays it all the time. Yeah, Alvin's still in here. What's the name of that game, Alvin, where the one you play, you stream, where one person's the killer and they got all the famous movie killers that as DLC? That is a horrible Photoshop picture. Yeah, it is. That King Kong right there. That looks terrible. The Godzilla one's okay, except right here with the arm. It really stands out, but the King Kong looks terrible. Call it Pacific Rimming Godzilla. That Greg coming in with the jokes again. That's some good shit, but I still like your gay porn movie name. Get the Ash comic book. Yep, see, Alvin knows what I'm talking about. Word. To me, that isn't selling out. No, not at all. That's what I mean. I remember accidentally putting one of my mom's perms in my head as a child. That would have been funny to see. I mean, that could have been a joke, but it wasn't. I put on Nair. I put on Nair on my face one time. Holy shit. Damn. Did it work? Did everything just come off? That wasn't funny. Social media didn't exist. If it did, you should have gone live with it. All right. So let's actually. Nah, we're gonna cut it there. I had one more story, but it's really a non-story. It's some. I mean, I'm not gonna put this in the thing. I'll show you guys. They're remaking fucking Paranormal Activity. It's already gone. I've gone too long. I need to jump to the trailers, but this is really not much. The guy who directed Underwater is making a new remake of Paranormal Activity. I think it'll be terrible. I liked Underwater too. I thought Underwater was really good, but I don't. Why are you remaking? I don't get why they're going to remake. I mean, it might not be terrible. It might be great. I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of Paranormal Activity. I didn't hate it. I thought it was the time I watched it. I was like, okay, yeah, that was good. That was entertaining. I don't want to watch it again. But as the sequels went on, they got worse and worse and worse. And the guy who's writing this wrote the last 4, I think, Paranormal Activities. And actually, this article says, so this guy really knows Paranormal Activity and knows what he's done. Or knows what he's doing. And I'm like, well, he wrote the worst ones. So you got the guy who wrote the worst Paranormal Activities. And that's not just me saying it. I didn't even see the last one, I think. I heard it was terrible. But he wrote the ones that everybody says are really bad. And you're making that a good thing that he's coming back to write this one. But that's all that story was. I'm just not going to do that. But we are going to talk about some trailers real quick. We're not talking about them. We're going to watch them. Then we're going to talk about them. Get this all set up here. There we go. So that will do it for the news this week. Had a couple of other small stories, but nothing really worth going over. Running a little bit long here. I want to jump right into the trailers. I do have 2 trailers I want to talk about this week. The first one we're going to look at here is for a little movie I actually hadn't heard about, and I have not seen this trailer, but I just the little blurb I read about it, and some people were talking about it. I said, well, that seems like it could be cool. And it's a movie called Violation, and it's a revenge flick from what I could pick up. So, I like those kind of movies. I recently did watched a revenge flick called Ravage. Had some good aspects, but it also had some shortcomings. Hopefully, this is a Shudder original. It's going straight to Shudder, and I've had some good luck with Shudder flicks. They're doing a pretty good job over there with Shudder. If you're a horror fan, definitely get Shudder. It's worth getting. There's a lot of really cool shit they're putting on there. And real quick, as far as Shudder, if you do have Shudder, it's not so much a horror, but it is a Shudder original. There's a movie on there that for some reason they broke up into 3 parts called Blood Machines. Check that shit out because it is amazing. It is an amazing experience. I can't even call it a movie. It is a movie, and it's broken up into 3 parts for some reason. I don't know why. I did a review on my channel. Go check that out to get more on it. But Blood Machines, it's only on Shudder. Check that shit out. It is an experience that you will not forget, and it is amazing. But yeah, so let's check out this trailer for Violation that just came out the other day and see what it's all about. You know what? Before I do that, I should probably put my headphones in so I can hear this shit. That might be good. I think I forgot those last week too. Okay. Now I'm set. All right. So here is the trailer for Violation. It's kind of got like a grungy look going for it.
I miss you. Do you? Yeah, I miss what we used to be like.
These things always start out in the woods.
That's when Dad started calling you my white knight.
Brainwashed her.
She just doesn't do everything you say anymore.
Oh.
Nice so cold.
Is this going to be a thing like we're... Uh-oh. There's probably going to be some rape involved. Or all our friends going to get murdered or something?
I have to tell you something, and I don't want you to freak out. Why would I freak out? It's about Dylan, okay?
Uh-oh.
Don't get angry.
What did Dylan do? Haunts your waking dreams. I mean, everything, it looks like we're having a good time. Apparently something really bad
You live
happened.
a reality that is completely different from everyone else's. Where you're this saint who gets tricked into doing bad things.
I'm liking how they're showing like these happy scenes, but you clearly have this like something really ominous going on in the background.
Don't fucking touch me, mate. Don't fucking
Uh-oh.
touch me.
Back in your car.
I feel like this is going to be like some hardcore gory shit. That's it? All right, well that's it. Okay. I was expecting a little more, but I mean I was that it's got me interested. I like that. I don't know. I get an idea. There's apparently these people out in the woods, and there's something really ominous happening. Something clearly bad happened. I don't know if something bad is happening to everybody, and like one person left over, or maybe they're all out there having a good time, and you know that's what we saw is the good time part, and then like some bad people show up and do something to everybody, take them all prisoner or something. I don't know. That's pretty cool because I like that because the movie kind of, or the trailer kind of gives you, it gave me an idea of, you know, how the tone and the feel of the movie, but it didn't like ruin anything. It didn't give away too much of the movie, but it did give me a very good idea of what the tone of this movie will be. And I like that. I think that's I like when trailers do that. They don't give away too much. They give you that really good idea of what the tone will be, and I'm hooked. I mean, I have no clue what's going on in that movie, but I did really like that kind of unnerving tone of something really bad has happened, is going to happen, or is happening while these other things are happening. I mean, there's not a lot more I can say about it. I know it has something to do with revenge to a degree. Now, what the revenge is for, I don't know. We'll have to find out. But I just know that from reading the heading that clued me into this new movie. It's definitely an indie flick or a smaller film. And those movies, a lot of the times, will take bigger risks, and they will do more, especially nowadays, they'll do more creative things, and they're not afraid to get down and dirty. And it did look like a gritty movie. It looked like it was going to be grimy and dirty and gritty. Like, we didn't necessarily see that in the trailer itself, but it just kind of like just had that feel. Like when this movie gets raw, it's going to be fucking raw, hardcore, and like bone crunching. I feel like there's definitely going to be some death, and I feel like it's going to be really brutal. So yeah, I'm on board. I'm on board with that. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know when it's coming out. It didn't say, but I'm definitely going to be looking forward to that and checking it out. I'm going to look more into it now that I've seen it. I went in totally blind to that. Admittedly, I was expecting more, but I'm okay with that because now I'll go into the movie having no idea what to expect except that I like the tone of the trailer. And that's kind of refreshing to go in a movie without knowing anything at all. So, yeah, Violation. I'm looking forward to it. How about you guys? Anybody else seen anything about Violation? I mean, I was expecting a little bit more, but I got something. I got a vibe from that one that I was kind of feeling. Dead by Daylight. Yeah, Alvin, that's what. See, that was the subtitle of the Evil Dead 2. So that's why I was thinking it wasn't Dead by Daylight. But yeah, I wanted to say that originally, but that's what the Evil Dead 2 Dead by Daylight. So I think wasn't that the subtitle of Evil Dead? Maybe that's where they got the title of that game. I don't know. Greg said, I can't wait to watch that movie. I can't wait to not watch that movie. Oh, which one? The you talk about Paranormal Activity? I hope that's what because the Violation one actually looked kind of neat. If Paranormal Activity had a black family in it, it wouldn't even be 5 minutes long. Didn't they make a parody movie that had like the Waynes? Didn't the Waynes or some of the Waynes were involved in it? They made a Paranormal Activity parody movie like that. I think so. It wasn't a serious one. So I want to say one of the Waynes was in it, or maybe it was a Wayans Brothers movie. I think Marlon Wayans was in it. Check out Rain Me on Shudder. I really like that movie. I will, definitely, Greg. Thanks, Antonio. I appreciate that $2 hit in Vino Vitris in Aqua Santis. I'm going to have to look that up, my man. That seems really familiar. I feel like I should know what that is. I'm going to look that up, though. I'm guessing she kills all her friends because it's all in her mind. Possibly. That could be a very... what's that one movie? It's not an English language movie. Oh, shit. What was it? High Tension. High Tension was like that. She killed everybody, not just her friends. Well, Shudder usually doesn't disappoint, so that gives me some hope. Kid Critic's here. What's up, Kid Critic? How you doing? I don't know if you've been here for a while, but this is the first time you chatted. I appreciate you showing up. Alvin said, looks like something I would watch. Yeah, I'm going to check it out. It just looks like one of those little indie flicks that is probably going to be really good. I mean, it might suck. I don't know, but it looks like it has the potential. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Okay, I hope to see everybody tomorrow. Take cake, peace out. Alrighty, Short. Thanks. I appreciate you stopping by. We just got one more trailer to look at real quick, and then I'm going to be getting out of here too. Thanks for stopping by, though. Good to see you again. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow. Dead by Dawn. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right, Alan. Dead by Dawn. I'll swallow your soul. I think the parody movie you were speaking about with the Waynes is one of the scary movies. Yeah, maybe. Were they still making scary movies when Paranormal Activity? I don't know. You might be right. I can't remember. There was, because, all those parody movies started coming out, and it got really confusing as to what was what. Scary Movie definitely, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some Paranormal Activity references in Scary Movie. But no, because the Wayans brothers stopped doing any Scary Movie stuff after the second one. Pretty sure it was the second one. It got taken over by the guys who did Airplane. They're totally blanking on the names right now. But the Wayans didn't even know. That was the thing about the third one, is they didn't even know that they weren't going to be making it. And it was like this big shit show. And now they have nothing to do. They created it. They started that whole franchise. They have nothing to do with them after the third movie. Or after the second movie. They made the first movie and the second movie, and then the studio went ahead with the third one without even consulting them. I'll try to get on tomorrow. Oh, me too. All right, Greg, man, I appreciate it. You have a good one. All right, let's check out this one last trailer. This one, well, hang on. Let me get in character. All right, so there's one more trailer I want to talk about after that one, and this is a little bit different. This one is actually a movie I've already seen, but it doesn't come out until next month. And the only reason I saw it was because the production company that originally was going to be, or the distribution company rather, that was going to be releasing this film dropped it literally right before it was going to come out. And they sent me a copy of the movie for review through the company I used to get all those things from. They sent me one. I requested it. They sent me one through it. And actually, I think it was by the time I got the movie, or at least by the time I got around to watching it, they had already dropped it. So its release date was canceled. It was supposed to come out in, I believe it was the very end of last year, or pretty sure it was the end of last year, like November or something like that. I could be wrong, but it's a few months back it was supposed to come out. It got picked up by Hulu though, and now it is a Hulu original. And you couldn't find a trailer for this thing anywhere on YouTube, at least. There was just no trailers. It was all gone. It took everything off. But I actually did a review of this movie some time ago, back in a few months ago. You can find it on my channel. And I did actually enjoy this movie. It had a couple of little flaws here or there, but overall, it was a great premise. It was really fun. And just this is definitely a movie I would recommend checking out. I have not watched this trailer, but I've already seen the movie, so it doesn't matter. But I did want to kind of get this trailer out there to some of my viewership so you guys could see, hey, this is, a movie that might be worth checking out. And I know that the trailer was hard to find for a while. Now I think since Hulu picked it up and put the trailer out finally, it's all over the place. But if you're curious as to my specific or more in-depth thoughts on this movie, check it out on my channel. I realize I haven't even said what the movie is yet. That movie would be Boss Level. And this is a really cool... The trailer that I originally saw for it made it seem very video game-esque kind of like, and it has some of those sensibilities, like those retro arcade game sensibilities in it, but it is not a video game movie, nor is it... It's got some video gamey kind of stuff to it, but it's its own movie. It's kind of a Groundhog Day, Edge of Tomorrow, over the top action flick. But let's check this out real quick before and we'll talk about it more here afterwards. But this is the trailer for Boss Level.
Hey, Jake, can I get a large bottle of that Baijiu? You know what? Make it 2 large bottles.
Because tomorrow isn't guaranteed.
You have no idea. I used to complain that every day felt the same. And now every day is the same.
You'll see that scene a lot in this movie.
Shoes, pants, rip them, flip them. Okay, coffee, anyone? I don't know how this is possible.
This movie's pretty violent too, by the way.
Repeating the same day. Sorry, pal. And as many times as I've seen this happen to my apartment, I still can't help but think I'm never ever getting my security deposit back. Wasn't always like this. I had a woman once. Look at you. Son I love.
Yeah, Naomi Watts is in it too. She didn't have a very big role. She has an important role, but not a very big role.
And over again. But no matter how hard I fight, I die. Every single day.
What if the ability to rewrite history was real?
This is probably a better representation of the movie than the original trailer.
This gives me the power of God.
From when it was originally going to be released.
Don't worry, son. I'll come back for you.
Oh.
How do I stop this, Gemma?
It's not about stopping.
Well,
It's about restarting.
Exactly.
there's a couple of things I see here I don't like.
Level. this
And
time.
of course, Frank Grillo's in it, and Frank Grillo's just pretty fucking badass in everything he's in now.
Someone's been the busiest little beaver.
That lady and him, their whole back and forth in this movie is pretty funny.
I've been waiting for this for a long time.
Told you it was over the top. Yeah, Boss Level. Like I said, this is a movie that I've already seen, so it's weird to be watching a trailer for a movie that I not only have I seen it, I've seen it quite a while back, and I did a review of it and everything quite a while back, but it's a movie that most people haven't seen. A lot of people didn't even know existed until here recently, but it's a thing, and it just had a really weird and I still don't know why, but it had that very unfortunate luck of being dropped by its distributor right there at the end. Now, I will say the original trailer that the previous distributor had, that they, when they were going to release it, had more energy to it, and that was more representative of the first third to half of the movie. It had the first third to half of this movie has a very kinetic energy, like frantic energy to it. But then it does kind of, after all that, it doesn't slow down. The movie is pretty high energy the whole time, but it starts to kind of work on its story a bit more after that. But the first about third of the movie is just like high energy, like wow, like fucking methed out. But it's fun. It is really fun. That's some of the best parts of the movie right there. Overall, the movie was really good. This trailer, I'll say it's there's two things about it. First of all, it's got more. I liked it, and if this was the only trailer I'd ever seen, I'd probably be like, oh yeah, that's cool. And the other one played like real hard to like kind of video game tropes. The movie doesn't. It talks about them a little bit, but it's not as hardcore. Seeing the other trailer, you would have thought that it was more like a Scott Pilgrim versus the World kind of thing, and it's not that. It's not that at all. It is much more a high concept Groundhog Day or Edge of Tomorrow with the whole repeating of life, but a bit more animated, if you will. And it has definitely a level of comedy to it too. It's not a flat out comedy. It is an action movie, over the top, kind of crazy action, but it does have a very lots of comedy to it. It there's this definitely a sense of humor laying over everything in this film, man. And I get that more in this trailer. I will say that. So I think this was a good representation of the movie. Now there was two things that it showed that I didn't like because it could potentially give away something in the movie that you're not supposed to know. And now it's hard for me to say that because I've already seen the movie. So when I saw those things, I was like, oh, they showed that. And they are things in the movie they don't want you to know until certain parts that are later on in the movie. And in seeing it in the trailer, eagle-eyed viewers who haven't seen the movie might be like, what was that? And start to look into it more, and it won't be as impactful to them. Maybe not. Once again, maybe that's just me having already seen the movie. I usually haven't seen a movie when I watch the trailer, so I'm picking things out a little bit more here. But, yeah, overall, will I watch it again? I would be willing to watch Boss Level again. It was a fun movie. This is one movie that I will probably watch again with someone else to show it to them. It's a fun ride. I definitely recommend it to everybody, especially fans of action, over the top kind of action comedy stuff. Check this one out. The ending, I have noticed in my comments and things like that, and other people that have happened to have seen it, is very divisive. Not of the traditional movie. I'll go ahead and throw that out there now. I didn't have a problem with the ending. I liked it, but I was fine with it. But there were people that had issues with the ending, the way it ends. But that's for the movie review. Go check out the movie review of Boss Level on my channel. Like I said, it's been a few months back that I put it out, but you can definitely find it there and find out my thoughts on that. But I definitely do recommend. Is a weird trailer reaction kind of thing because I've already seen the movie, so I'm trying to react to a trailer of a movie I've already seen. But whatever, I will say that if I hadn't seen the movie, I would say, yeah, I want to check that out. That looks like a good time. But seeing as how I have seen the movie, I'll say that does look like a good time. Check it out. And also, I know for a fact you should check it out because I've seen it already. I know it's a good time. So there it is. Boss Level trailer reaction. Check it out. How about you guys? Anybody in here, by the way, seen Boss Level? Did anybody else get a screener? My understanding is not a ton of people got screeners, but there were a few people that did. Lost my place again. Greg said, I'll try and get on here tomorrow. Short and sweet said, I hope so. Greg said, I'm dying with anticipation. Oh, yeah. I watched this like months ago. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, well, I got a screener of it, but I do know that some other people got it. Of course, if it's out there in the wild, especially, I will say that when it comes to screeners with online reviewers, at least surprisingly enough, they're typically pretty good about not releasing things they're not supposed to, because in a lot of, you never know when, but in some cases they will mark that shit, and if it gets out there, they'll know that you're the one that gave it out, possibly, so you could lose all that. It's not really worth it. Releasing a movie online that's not out yet isn't really worth losing whatever connection you have to get these movies early. But apparently this movie was not marked, or maybe since the studio had dropped it, they didn't give a shit anymore. That might be why, 'cause since the studio dropped it, they were just like, fuck it, we don't care, or whatever. Either way, I know that it made it out there. There are people that have seen it that it didn't make it out there in legal ways, if you will. People getting that shit off Pirate Bay. I can say, though, that I did get an actual screener of the movie. Like, no shit. Because before I even knew that it was out there like that, they had already sent that to me. How did you see it, Greg? Well, you said you don't have a channel. That doesn't mean you don't have means of getting screeners, but am I one to assume that you could have maybe possibly got it in other ways? I don't care. I don't judge. The biggest issue with this movie is Frank Grillo was the worst casting decision in the history of casting decisions. You don't like Frank Grillo? I like Frank Grillo. I think he's got like this charisma about him. Oh, Boss Level. I've been seeing trailers for that all around YouTube lately. Yeah, they just finally released the trailer for it here recently. Kid Critic. I'm guessing he partly produced it so he could get his leading man stardom. Maybe, I don't know, because this movie was actually made. That's the other thing. This movie was finished in like 2018 or 2009. It's been finished. Even when I got a copy of it, it had been done. It had distribution issues from like the get-go. This movie's like was in the can a while back. It's good, but Frank Grillo was the wrong person to be the lead. Well, I mean, that's right on. And Mel Gibson. You didn't like Mel Gibson in it? I mean, he was kind of like, I guess anybody could have done it, but being Mel Gibson, it's kind of like, oh, look, it's Mel Gibson doing his Mel Gibson. I liked Frank Grillo in it, but hey, it's whatever. Not for everybody, I guess. This somewhat looks like Free Guy. Yeah, the original trailer definitely looked like Free Guy. I don't know if you can find that original trailer anymore. I'm sure it's the internet. It's somewhere. It wasn't on YouTube. I got it on when I say screener, I had a screener link. I watched it online, but it was like through an official. They sent me a link from the studio to Vimeo. I don't even think it's there anymore. It's probably not, but it was a Vimeo link, and they had trailers and other promotional materials they sent me in an email. And the trailer that they sent me, which I doubt I still have, was very much like the Free Guy that way. It's more like Groundhog Day with video game twist. Yeah, kind of, sort of. Hell Knight's here. What's up, Hell Knight? You all the time coming in late. It's all good, though. We're just happy you showed up. How would you rank the Friday the 13th movies? There's 12 of them. Well, Hell Knight, we've talked about these Friday the 13th movies. I don't know. Maybe I haven't said straight out. I haven't seen all of them, like, in so long, I couldn't rank them. I know that I would probably put the first one as number one. surprisingly enough. Or, you know, I'm not even going to say that because I do like me some cheesy ass. I like when movies, franchises especially, like Child's Play, they did it. When they start out as one thing, like a hardcore horror kind of thing, and they go on so long that they're not really scary anymore, and they've become like pop culture icons, and the movies just accept it, and they embrace it, and they go forth. Kind of like they did with the later Jason movies. Jason X did, but they never 100% would commit to it like Chucky did with the Bride and Seed of Chucky movies. They totally embraced that shit and just went all fourth wall. I love that. I think that's great. It's hilarious. They're not great movies, but they're fun. They're great fun. Because those things just aren't scary anymore, but they're really just having a good time. Freddy did it. Freddy started realizing, the makers of Friday or Nightmare on Elm Street realized that, hey, this guy, it's before memes, but it's almost like he's a meme at this point. Let's just play into it. And so the later Jason movies, if I watched them now, I would probably appreciate that aspect of them more. I can't answer that question without watching them. But like I told you, I think it was you I told you. I know you were in here, not here, but in the chat one night when I was talking about it. I said that this year, 2021, I will review every single Friday the 13th movie. I'll do a series closer to Halloween. I think it was you or somebody else. I think it was you that requested that. And I promise you that closer to Halloween, I will sit down and review every single Friday the 13th movie, even the remake or reboot, whatever we call it. So then I'll be able to give you a definitive answer on that. I can't give you my sources of where I get my screeners. All right, Greg, I feel you. Frank Grillo is a good, bad person. They need a Chris Pratt or a young Harrison Ford. Well, I don't know if they're going to get a young Harrison Ford, but Chris Pratt, yeah. I don't know. This movie's is this a low? I don't know if it's low budget. It didn't look bad. It had a couple of special effects that were suspect here or there. For the most part, that was pretty good. But it just came across to me. This is not like a knock at it or bad. It came across to me as a smaller movie, even though it does have a big idea and a fairly big production. I don't know why it came across to me like that. Maybe it's the way that it was presented to me when I got it. Because it's not like it's a small movie. It's actually got a whole lot of shit going on in it. Oh, I liked Mel Gibson. I did too. I thought Mel Gibson was good as the bad guy. I think he does really good as a bad guy. That is illegal, and I would never engage in such shenanigans. I hear you. Me neither. I don't now. I haven't. I can honestly say that all the movies I've reviewed on my channel have been through honest memes. But if I was to say that I had never procured films, I don't have to now, like I said, but if in the past, if I had never procured films in a manner that was not necessarily kosher, I would be lying if I said I'd never done that. Frank Grillo is Kid Critic said, Frank Grillo is one of those actors who can do a hit or miss performance, but is so badass it doesn't really matter. It's like Nick Cage. Their awesomeness can overshadow their acting at times. I agree with you. I am there. I do think Frank Grillo has that. He's like a hybrid of the 80s/90s and even new age action stars. He's still pretty big and gruff and kind of got those hardcore, hard-hitting sensibilities. And he acts good enough, and sometimes his acting's like actually pretty good. But he's had some slips in acting for sure. I mean, he was in jiu-jitsu after all. But he is so charismatic and just so he plays a badass so good that it kind of you're like, yeah, that ain't the greatest performance. But I mean, he is badass. Kind of it works. He's good at that. You wouldn't downward. What? You went downward and 3D print a... Oh, you wouldn't download and 3D print a car, would you? Just don't look in the trunk. Wait, are you saying there isn't 13 Friday the 13th movies? They really dropped the ball on that one. So the 12 Friday the 13th movies, is that including Freddy vs. Jason and the remake or reboot, whatever, was it 2009 Friday the 13th? So is that all of them? Because if it's missing one of those, we can say there are 13 Friday the 13th movies. Now that Greg has said that, it's kind of like irritating me. I need there to be 13 Friday the 13th movies. It's an oversight. Being counters got all in the way, said Alvin. Plus, Sam was going to call his brother if it happens again. Oh, yeah, he was in the remake, wasn't he? Dean was off working on anime and Valentine's. It was Kratos guy who requested the Friday the 13th movies. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I will be watching them, and you can ask that question again closer to October, and I will give you a definitive answer. Well, my definitive answer. You better get ready. Your ass better call somebody. All right, let me do my little... Oops. Oh, things got wonky there for a minute. Okay, cool. So, yeah. How many of you... Oh, yeah, we've dropped a few. I know a few people said they had to go. It was getting late. I get it. I do, too. It's already 11:50. I got a video. And, by the way, I didn't even mention it at the top, but those of you who follow my channel religiously, hopefully there's some, you probably noticed I haven't released a video since last Friday, which was Willy's Wonderland, by the way. Worth a shot, worth a watch. I think the people in this room here will enjoy Willy's Wonderland. Check that out. It's not perfect, and it's not quite what I wanted, but it's pretty damn close, and it's actually got some stuff in it that I didn't know I wanted. Like Silent Nick Cage, it works. I do wish he said something, because that's what we need, that full-on Mandy crazy Nick Cage, and he gets there physically, but never vocally. But I mean, it was a good time. I think most of you guys in here, I think will find something to like in that movie. But in all honesty, Willy's Wonderland was just missing that little something. It's still entertaining, still a good time, but missing a little something. But check that one out. But yeah, I didn't release a video on Sunday or yesterday. That's because I had this winter storm thing happened and some other stuff came up. And then when I got behind Saturday for my video for Sunday, I finally decided, you know what, I needed to there's a lot of things that go on with my channel that I needed to get in line. And as I make videos and do things and streams and all that, there's like on my computers, there's lots of crap left over and other things I needed to organize. And I typically schedule things out. And actually I ran up to a lot of my schedule I had ran up on about a week or so ago. So I've been kind of shooting from the hip. And I don't like doing that. It gets really confusing scheduling all this shit. So when I don't have a schedule, I get real confused. I have issues with time management as is, especially with my actual work being involved in all that too. So I decided to take 2 days to kind of get admin days, if you will, get things back in order and all set up so I could be more productive. So that's what happened. The snow kind of forced it to. So that's why I didn't release videos. I will be releasing a video tomorrow, and of course my stream tomorrow. And after that, I'm thinking about, I kind of want to make up, since I missed 2 videos, of doing one Thursday. May or may not, I don't know. But I will definitely be releasing one tomorrow, Friday, and then regular schedule here on out. So look forward to all that. I got a horror movie that's okay that I watched. I got a couple of movies that were sent to me recently that aren't out yet. Some of them look like they could be a good time. They're embargoed though, so I don't want to talk about it. I know I've said that before, so I don't really know why I said anything. There's some horror movies in there though, and I got a drama, a true life drama. I got a horror movie that's a prequel to another movie that I'm going to be talking about. That one was okay. And, I got another movie that's a true life drama as well, kind of an action drama it's a Russian film. I think I talked about that one last week. I want to put that one out soon. That will probably be this weekend. Anyway, that's about all I got this week before I do this outro. Unless you guys got something else. Let's look here. Oh, I see some Willy's Wonderland talking here. Anybody seen that one? Did you guys like it? Could you review all the Marvel movies? Holy fuck. Yeah, Greg, let me get right on that. I considered it because I'm coming up on the end of my video game movie review series that I've been doing for so long. Granted, it didn't kick into a one in the series a week thing until July. Prior to that, I was doing like one a month, or one whenever the fuck I got them out there. My channel didn't really get regular. I did regular videos every week, but it was just kind of like whenever I could get them done. It wasn't until June or July that I started like having a schedule, and then I started doing the video game movies and really picked up more steam with that. So but that's coming to an end. I'm doing number 51 comes out tomorrow, and I think I've only got like 5 left, somewhere in that neighborhood. Is one hand's worth, I think, because some of them I'd already done and they're already up, like number 58 and stuff like that. So I think there's only about 5 of them left to complete that series. I will probably do a couple of videos on those. Like, maybe I've never done a ranking video besides, best of, worst of the year kind of thing. I've never done a ranking video for any type of thing. It's just not my thing. But since I put so much time into this series, I'll probably do some type of ranking for video game movies or like that. I don't know. I'll do something with it all. I'm not just going to like end the series and be like, all right, done. I'll probably like use some of that stuff that I got to like do like bigger videos. But after that, I will need another series. I want a long form series that's going to take a while. And Marvel was actually, when I put a post up 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, I think, when I did a video game movie series, I put the post up asking, hey, I want to do a long form series. What would be better? Or what do you guys want? What would you like to see? Now, my install base was, not that it's huge now, but it was much lower then. And it was between comic book movies and, there was some other options, but the two that came out was comic book movies and video game movies. And video game movies won out by a pretty good margin. So I think comic book movies might be the one I go into. And, of course, the Marvel movies will work into that. I would probably do it in chronological order from release. So that's a big one that would take a while, but that'd be a good time. So I might go back, and I mean, some of the Marvel movies I have reviewed. They're on my channel. Not all of them by any means. Any of them that have come out since 2018, for sure. Maybe a couple from before that, but any of them that have come out since 2018 I have reviewed. And other comic book movies and stuff, but I would probably start like back with like the OG lit comic book movie, which was Superman the movie. I mean, I know there's been some other stuff here or there, but that's like the beginning of the modern comic book movie, if you will. That's not even a modern comic book movie, but I'm thinking about doing that. And to answer your question, yeah, the Marvel movies would work into that definitely later on for sure. It'd be a bulk of it. So yeah. Possibly, Greg. Possibly. If not, maybe on the lead up to some big Marvel movie. I don't know what big Marvel movie is possibly coming out. Or MCU movie. Yeah, there are 12 theatrically released Friday the 13th movies. So so that's all of them, including the reboot, I assume. Does that include Freddy vs. Jason? Because if not, I feel like we could put that in there. And we could call it 13. Because that's going to bother me, that there's only 12. And they just stopped. Willy's Wonderland, Kid Critic said, Willy's Wonderland is the right kind of dumb and awesome mixed together. It was. I enjoyed the movie. It just, I mean, I mentioned all the stuff that I had issues with in my review. It was like really, really fun, and I had a good time with it. But it was just shy of fucking awesome. Like, fucking awesome's right here, and it was right here. Which is still great. Still really good time. But it was just missing something. I can't say exactly what it was. It had some really weird camera choices, too, by the way. I know that's kind of like inside baseball deep dive and all, but they stood out. They used some weird lenses and filters here or there some parts I understood why, other parts I didn't fully understand why the hell they were doing that. Maybe that's just me. Grexy, it had major problems, but the Nick Cage stuff was good. Yeah, that's what I said. I said that in my review even. Anytime Nicolas Cage was on screen in that movie, it was great. It's when he wasn't on screen, it was just kind of like, okay, it's Let's get back to Nick Cage. Everything that wasn't Nick Cage was bad. The kids, the lighting, the angles of cameras. Yeah, well, there you go. I didn't think the kids were terrible. I thought they were, because that's what I kind of felt like they were purposely that way, kind of doing a trope kind of thing on like those kinds of movies and the dumb kids that go in and like the two kids that start fucking out of nowhere in the middle of that murder room. That's just like such a trope that they had to have been self-aware about that. Maybe they weren't. Maybe it's just it was such a bad movie that it seemed like they were self-aware about it. I don't know. Hell Knight said, at my house, my water pipes are frozen, so I can't get any water, and my whole property is covered in tons of snow. Holy shit. Sorry to hear that, man. My pipes aren't frozen. We've been leaving leaving them drip, but everything else is like outside. I've still got electricity, obviously, and everything else. But yeah, here in Nashville, it's like ice. There's no snow. It did not snow. It just ice fell from the sky. It looks like it. It's weird as fuck. You like look out the window. I'm looking now, and it's like it looks like snow, like Winter Wonderland. But if you go out there, it is fucking solid ice. You could go ice skating on that shit probably. Thankfully, one of my teenage daughters who drives, she has my old car, which was a Jeep with 4x4 or 4-wheel drive and all-wheel drive, and so I've been taking that if I needed to go. When I went to the store the other day, that was pretty nice. Everybody else was like, spinning all over the place. I was like, yeah, no problem. Granted, I didn't go far. Hang on one second. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, forgot what the hell I was saying. Oh yeah, snow, ice. It's fucking everywhere. I don't have ice skates. My kids were like, hey, can we go outside and play in the snow? And I was like, well, what snow? You want to go play in the fucking ice? You got some ice skates? We can do that. But beyond that, no, there's no reason going out there besides freezing your fucking ass off. Greg said, but it was dumb fun, and I think the real Five Nights at Freddy's will be amazing. If they ever make it, it could be. Nothing beats a Nicolas Cage movie, especially in this current climate. Yes, Kid Critic, I agree. Good Nick Cage movie is great. He's had some good ones. He's had some bad ones. That Jiu-Jitsu movie really wasn't good. But he was actually good in it. I will give him that, because that wasn't a Nicolas Cage movie, even though it plastered him all over it. He's in it a few minutes. He was actually fun and kind of out there and wild in that movie. Frank Grillo, by the way, was also in that. But the movie itself really wasn't. But Mandy, of course, came out not long ago. Color Out of Space. If any of you haven't seen that, check that out. That movie's fucking amazing. Nicolas Cage in it. Very subdued at first, but he goes all crazy Nick Cage after a while. Great movie, though. You could do a gunshot review. Do a gunshot review of all Marvel movies. Just do one-word review of all of them. You know what, Greg? It's funny you say that. I did, not on Marvel, last year, 2020, of 2019's movies, because I saw a lot of 2019's movies, but I didn't see all of them. And I didn't want to do a top 10 because there were still a lot of movies I hadn't seen. and I wasn't in the spot where I could do a top 10 best and worst of. So what I did was I went and I compiled a list of every single movie that came out. Well, the vast majority of them. If you ever look up every movie that comes out, by the way, there's so many you've never even heard of. But and I do try and cover some of those. But anyway, I try to look up every major movie. That's when theaters were still open and everything that came out. And I gave one word and or phrase reviews to it. It's like 80-something movies in 2 minutes or something like that. So that something like that exists for 80 movies. I did it in, I think it took me 2.5 minutes or something like that. And it would have been back at the beginning of 2009 or 2020 before all this shit happened. It was right there near the beginning that I think it's got like the thumbnail has me like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on it, but it exists. It's a thing which shows me reviewing all of them. It's not a very long video, obviously, but I've done that. It's not a terrible idea. My life is a comic book. I even ran a comic book store. That is true. Alvin did run a comic book store. For those of you that don't know, I know Alvin personally outside of YouTube, and he did, in fact, run a comic book store. What was the name of that place? I can't remember. Outer Limits? I think it was called the Outer Limits. You should include the 90s Fantastic Four and the 90s Captain America and the 70s Spider-Man movie. Yeah, if I am a completionist, so if I did comic book movies, I definitely would be including all of those. Even the unreleased Fantastic Four movies, I have that. It's like anybody who has it, it's a bootleg because the actual copy doesn't exist. Never released. Roger Corman thing. The 90s Captain America, I rented that when it first came out because it didn't hit theaters. Not that I'm aware of, but when it first came out, I was super hyped to get that. And I actually rented that and watched it. And I remember being like, what is this? It was actually 1990, I think, is when it came out. May have been 91. I'm pretty sure it was 1990 because the movie was actually made like a few years before it came out. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Spider-Man movie, was it an actual 70s Spider-Man movie or was that the show? Because I don't recall there being a movie. I could be wrong. I think I know what you're talking about, but I thought that was a show. Oh, yeah, that doesn't... Hell Knight said that 12 Friday the 13th movies does include Freddy vs. Jason. So, damn it. Until they release something else Friday the 13th related, I'm stuck with this weird feeling that there needs to be one more Friday the 13th movie. But then if they make two more, then we're sitting there with 13. So it's kind of, double-edged sword. Maybe Howard the Duck if you're strong-willed. Oh, I definitely Kid Critic. I would include them all. I mean, look at the video game. If you question my resolve in the slightest, look through the playlist of my video game movie review list at some of the movies I endured. Actually, the one I'm enduring next week, I can't speak to it because I've never seen it. I'd never even heard of it. It's called, I can't remember the name. Dead Trigger? I think it's a fucking mobile game. This may, no, there's Angry Birds. I was going to say this could be the first mobile game, video game movie there is, but there was Angry Birds. But yeah, it's Dead Trigger. I want to say I've heard of that, but I don't know what the fuck it is. But there's a movie of it, and Dolph Lundgren's in it. But yeah, all the Uwe Boll movie. I pretty much, going through video game movies, reviewed just about every single Uwe Boll movie ever made. There's a few others that weren't video game related that didn't, of course. But if I could sit through all his video game movies adaptations and some of the other terrible ones out there, I think I can take anything somebody's got to throw at me. And I did it willingly. Some of them I'd already seen and knew how bad they were. And honestly, Howard the Duck has a bit of nostalgia for me because I saw that when it came out when I was younger. I used to watch it when I was a kid all the time. It's not a great movie, but it's got the nostalgia factor for me. It does lead into Jason X. What does? Freddy vs. Jason? Does it? I know Jason X came out before Freddy vs. Jason, but does it lead into it? I remember at the end of it, he's walking away with Freddy's head cut off, holding it. And Freddy winks. Nick Cage is a gift from God, and we're not worthy to view his films, but he allows it. Yes, he is. They need somebody needs to do a bunch of those Chuck Norris sayings and like Chuck Norris memes from back in the day for Nicolas Cage. I think that would work. Nick Cage doesn't make films. He blesses your TV with his image. I agree, Greg. Hell Knight said, do you like Underworld? I just ordered the 4K. Can't wait to watch Cate Blanchett in 4K. I do. Underworld is like the Resident Evil movies, where I think it's a better idea than the Resident Evil movies, and mostly better executed, but it does fall in line with that whole thing. And I do like the Underworld movies. Even the later ones that get kind of out there, I think they're dumb fun. I enjoyed them. I don't have them on 4K. I have the Blu-ray box set of them. I saw every one of them in theaters too. I just realized that. Because I remember I saw the first one at a drive-in, and the movie itself is so dark. Because the first Underworld is very dark. Like, actually, not like dark in theme, but like it's dark. It looks dark. And it was hard to, like, there were parts that were hard to make out at the movie theater. I don't know why I remember that. That's like 20 years ago. But yeah, in 4K, I bet those movies will look good, especially the later ones. They're really pretty. They had a 70s movie and show. Oh, okay. I've seen clips of the 70s Spider-Man. I've probably seen the 70s Spider-Man. I know I've seen the show. I didn't realize there was a movie too, though. The only comic book movie I would like to see you review is Batman and Robin. Oh, man. That's the one with Mr. Freeze, right? I always get that in Batman Forever. Batman Forever is the one with the Riddler and Two-Face. Yeah, Batman and Robin is the last one. That's the one with Mr. Freeze and everybody chill. And Poison Ivy, was it? I think it was Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, and somebody else. I don't remember. The one everybody rags on really hardcore. I haven't seen that movie in a long time, by the way, but I've definitely seen it, and I mean, I would be interested in viewing that again and giving my thoughts from a critical perspective. Greg said 1 in 78 and 1 in 79, I believe. So there's 2 Spider-Man movies? Damn. Or are they TV movies? Or are they actual movies? Because there are a lot of TV movies. Because there's a Captain America TV movie where he pretty much rides around on a motorcycle and has like a Captain America helmet. Like a motorcycle helmet. It pretty much looks like Evel Knievel as Captain America. I've seen that. But is that really a movie or is it a TV movie? I don't know. You know, where's the line? One was American and the other one was another. There's one that's Indian and Japanese. There's a Japanese one and an Indian one, and both of them are pretty out there. Like Bollywood, and I think it's Japanese. It's Asian. I think it's Japanese though. Not the Bollywood one. There's a Bollywood one too. We got to make it. The other Friday the 13th? Absolutely. Just watched The Car on Netflix. Actually, it wasn't that bad. It's pretty much like Christine, but it came out before Christine, said Hell Knight. Really? The Car? That's if it came out before Christine, that means it's an older movie. I haven't heard of that. So Christine came out in what, like 82, 81? I could be off. This is the early 80s. So the Car must be from the 70s or super early 80s. Oh, Greg's talking about Howard the Duck. It's PG with duck tits. It is. Howard the Duck is pretty risque. However, Howard the Duck is also before the PG-13 rating. So if you look at everything movies before PG-13 was a thing, which would have been 87, 88, around in that time frame, you'll find PG movies with a lot more risque stuff than than nowadays. Like PG was more like PG-13. It was like PG and PG-13 all rolled into one. I mean, you look at movies like Monster Squad, that would have totally been PG-13. Planet of the Apes, even, there's people running around with their asses hanging out that whole time. Jaws is rated PG. There's like geysers of blood of some kid being eaten violently by a fucking shark. Just all the others. That movie's only PG-13. I mean, PG. There's quite a few PG movies from back in the day that you look at now and you're like, this is only fucking PG, but that's because there wasn't a PG-13 rating. It wasn't until Temple of Doom, Gremlins, and something else really sparked the whole, hey, we need another rating thing. Oddly enough, Steven Spielberg involved in both of those. Good. Don't make me open the door to the room of movies. Shit should not exist. Shit should not exist. Open it, Alvin. Open it. Good luck finding the 70s movie. It's the hardest damn thing to find. Even to buy, you can't find it. Well, if it's out there. I bet it's out there somewhere. Some movies are a lot harder than you would think to find, though, sometimes. But you get Plex, I'll hook you up. Plex, isn't that like is that a sharing service or a streaming service? I've heard of it. I think I saw like on my Xbox in the little app store. I want to say that was on there. I've seen it somewhere. Pretty sure that's where I saw it. It's really familiar, by the way. I've never used it, but I've heard of it. 1977 Spider-Man was an 89-minute movie. 90 minutes? Hour and a half. That's how long movies used to be back in the day, man. I remember when movies were only an hour and a half. That was the average runtime of a movie. Now it's 2+ hours. It moved up to 2 hours probably around 2000-ish, and then it's kind of been that, and now we're like creeping over like 2.5 hours. Movies are just getting longer and longer. But then like you get like smaller movies that come in right at like 79 and 89 minutes and stuff like that. I think the Academy Awards says in order for a movie to be considered, it has to be 69 minutes or 60 or 70. It's like 70 something minutes. It's low 70s. It's not a full hour and a half. That's with credits. I just checked. It said Greg. Hell Knight said, did you know that there is a movie called Cruel Jaws that in some countries was marked as Jaws 5? I do. I don't know what Cruel Jaws is about, but I have heard that. I read that or heard that probably in one of those YouTube videos that like 10 things you didn't know about Jaws or something like that, or you didn't know about something. I watch a lot of those videos. Just like when I don't have anything else to do, when I'm just sitting there, if it's something that piques my interest, or at work, I watch a shit ton of YouTube at work, or listen. It's sitting in front of me on my desk, but I usually just listening while I'm doing stuff like all day. I got a earbud in because I'm left alone at work for the most part. Get an earbud in, just doing like my typey stuff and listening to watching whatever. Lots of That Chapter too, by the way. Cool YouTube channel. Hello, Governor. The car is 1977. Oh, okay, cool. Year of Star Wars. I'll tell you another one that's vehicular based. I guess not really horror, thriller. I'll say thriller. Which you've probably heard of this if you're watching that. Duel, which is many actually call it Steven Spielberg's first movie. It's not. He had made some other TV movies, and it technically was a TV movie at first, but it was so popular that they recut it a little bit and released it in theaters. But Duel is a really good movie. It is Steven Spielberg's extremely early movies. First movie he ever had in a theater. It's a way to share movies on your computer. Okay. I knew I'd seen that. I've seen the logo or something somewhere. Jaws 3 isn't good, but it's nostalgic for me, says Hell Knight. Jaws the Revenge, oh my, is so atrocious. Cruel Jaws is easily top 5 worst films I've ever seen. Well, like I said, I haven't seen Cruel Jaws, though I did for some reason know that little bit of information you were saying. But Jaws 3 is, I'm with you. It's like, it is nostalgic for me, but it's like so bad it's good. Sometimes it's so bad it's bad. It's bad. But it's like enjoyable bad. I can tolerate it and have a good time with it. It's just kind of out there. Jaws 4, The Revenge, I saw that in theaters. I was super psyched to see it. I remember seeing the, like, coming out of a theater and seeing like the big cardboard cutout thing for Jaws, and it said, you know, this summer remind you whatever why you don't go out in the ocean or something like that. It's Jaws. And actually, this, I remember a time, I vaguely remember the posters when it was just called Jaws 4, before it was called Jaws the Revenge. It was marketed as Jaws 4 before they added the Revenge. Then they added the Revenge thing, and I went and saw that movie. Didn't like it. The only part I liked about it, I liked how it began. I was cool with it when it started, and like the shark popped off, and like got the Brody son's arm. I like that part. Like the beginning of the movie, I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. Okay, Jaws come up, and just because there was no music or anything. That was one of the few times, besides, you know, the famous when he's chumming the in the first movie when he's throwing the chum and he says, I think we're gonna need a bigger boat. When Jaws popped out right then, there was no music. He always had musical cues, but that part of the movie too, if I remember correctly, there was no musical cue. You obviously knew something was gonna happen, but it didn't. He just popped out of the water real quick and ripped that guy's arm off, and he's like, ah. I really like that part of the movie, but after that, it was kind of all downhill. The banana boat, and then the end of the movie, and there's like a bunch of different versions of it. I remember when it came to home video, I got it, and it had like an ending where Mario Van Peebles' character survived, but it didn't like list it as the director's cut or anything. It was just on the home video release, like Mario Van Peebles' character, like he died and everything. And then all of a sudden at the end of the movie, when they're sitting there and they're like, oh no, oh, we blew it up, oh, we won, he just comes floating over there. He's like, hey man, I'm still alive. You're like, I was like, wait, he died. I know he died. I saw it. He didn't come back. But yeah, in the original theatrical version, he did not come back, and the shark was growling and roaring, which that roar, there is a story behind that roar that's kind of interesting. It doesn't make the movie any better, but that roar that it makes in the end, where it's like, roar, the dragon roar, that is the same roar. That's a Steven Spielberg thing. That's been in multiple of his movies, and it was in the original Jaws. When they blow him up in the end, and it shows the underwater shot of the shark just kind of slowly going down, if you turn it up really loud and the background slowed way down and real subtle, you hear that roar go like that as it slowly goes down, and it's mixed in with the music. That was like a stylistic thing. Obviously, the shark wouldn't have made it. They blew his fucking head up. But it was just a stylistic thing. But that roar that they used in that movie, which was the same one they used in Jaws the Revenge, by the way, but just, you know, totally wrongly the way they used it, was actually a sound that Steven Spielberg came up with, the exact same sound in Duel, the movie I was talking about a minute ago. In the end, when the truck goes off a cliff, he threw that sound in there under all the effects, so it was almost like it was a subconscious thing, like the monster of the movie was dying. It's not as like in Jaws 4, it wasn't under anything. The shark was growling and yelling and roaring. In these other movies, when Steven Spielberg, a real director, made the movie, it was so subtle, it was more subconscious. So that's where the roar came from, by the way. Real long explanation there. This is useless information that I have in my head about movies. But yeah, Jaws 4 sucked. Oh, Alvin hitting me with a link. Let's see what this link goes. Let me, You didn't link me to any porn or anything, did you, Alvin? The Car. Okay. James Brolin. Okay. I don't know if I've seen this or not. It's maybe one of those movies. I wouldn't be surprised if I've seen it. but I don't remember anything directly from it right now. It's only rated PG, but that didn't mean anything back then, especially in the 70s. Yeah, that's cool. Looking at some pictures here. Has a very Italian, like, cinema look to it, by the way. I wonder if it is. I bet it looked like really dubbed. Just saying. Yeah, I might check that out if it's on Netflix if I ever have some free time. I don't have a lot of, but at some point. Have to get it on VHS to stay true. No, I don't. I absolutely do not. I am, and I'm old school, man. I grew up with VHS, and I loved it for what it was at the time. But once DVD came around, and I didn't have to rewind them motherfuckers. Didn't have to worry about fucking tapes melting and shredding and degrading and all that shit. If I wanted to go to something, I just hit forward right way, and it went there. Never looked back. And the picture quality and everything, I'm that guy. I have nostalgia for things. And I got a VCR sitting right here next to me, hooked up to my computer. And I got nostalgia for, like, the other day when I was loading some tapes in it that I was transferring over to digital, putting the tape in and that whole experience. I was kind of like, oh, wow, that's like a throwback. But it's a throwback that I experienced then, and I'm good with it. I don't want to experience it every day. I don't miss VHS. I also worked in a video, so I managed a video store, Blockbuster Video, for a long time. So I don't miss none of that shit. It was great for its time. Duel is one of Spielberg's best. It is. Duel is a great movie. And it's like such a simple premise that they made work so good. And something like, what was it? Yeah, decades later, Joyride really called back to Duel. Joyride was like a new version of Duel. It was a little bit bigger, of course, but it was very much inspired by Duel. So if you like Joyride, or if you saw something in Joyride, you'll probably like Duel. Sharks don't hold grudges. No, they do not. But on the flip side of it, on the devil's advocate for a minute here, Hell Knight, sharks also don't jump out of the water onto the back of boats and slowly sit there and try and like eat the captain. It makes no sense, but it works in Jaws. It works. Because once again, you have a really talented director behind the scenes. Because Steven Spielberg's like also, he's really popular, so there are people that like to kind of like trash talking. But he's known, plenty of time, lots of things, continuity. He always prioritizes entertainment over continuity. Because there's been lots of things in his movies that have come up that he's even said, yeah, I knew that. I saw that issue, this thing that happened, but it wasn't as exciting. It was more exciting the way I did it. And he's right. I mean, the most classic one is from Jurassic Park, the whole goat scene. And I remember thinking that when I saw that, every time I saw that movie, I was like, that doesn't make any sense why we can see that goat. Because, they're like up here in the cars, up here, and the T-Rex pin is like right here. But when the T-Rex walks up and when they go over and you see it, it's like the bottom of it's way down here, like way far down. Because, it's a big-ass T-Rex. But the way that they set that goat in that scene, it looks like it's sitting right there level with them. So what is it, like on a big pedestal? But no, it was more cinematic that way. It didn't make any sense, really, but it was more cinematic for that goat to be right there. And, they're watching it, and then all of a sudden the goat's gone, and they're like, where's the goat? And then the goat leg comes. That just worked. Nobody questioned it. I mean, I did, because I was that guy. I was that kid. But I questioned it, but at the same time, I was like, hell yeah, this is awesome. And I didn't question it too much because it worked. That just worked better. And the same thing with Jaws. He said that there's a few parts in Jaws that don't quite jive, but he said for entertainment purposes, like the whole jumping out of the water thing, and there's a couple of like where you can see some of the seams. He said, you're not looking at that though. This works for entertainment. Continuity and other things be damned. And he's right. He's right. But yeah, sharks don't hold grudges. Duel is a good one, said Corey from Gore. Absolutely is. If you're going to order the car, get the Scream Factory Blu-ray release. Oh no, I wouldn't order. If you said it's on Netflix, I'll just watch it on Netflix. The car has aged pretty well, actually. I'll check it out. I will check it out then one night. For a movie from 1977, there isn't much grain. Yeah, I mean, the one on Netflix might be a transfer because I mean, Netflix gets the copies of their movies from these distributors. So I mean, maybe the transfer, the Scream Factory, when you're talking about that, might be the transfer that they're using. I had the VHS of True Lies and always had it on the dance scene. Like when you get to that scene, it's like all worn out and warped because you've watched it so many times. By the way, the 4K of Jurassic Park looks amazing. I got the blue. That's weird. Right before 4K became like really a thing or a thing that anybody was getting, I bought the 4K box set of, or not 4K, the Blu-ray box set. Or actually, I didn't buy it. Somebody gave it to me. I think my wife got it for me for Christmas or something, or birthday. Same thing, by the way. But the box set on Blu-ray, and I haven't replaced it. That is the first one at least. I wouldn't mind having the first Jurassic Park on 4K. If I find it for the right price, I'd get it. Or whenever I decide I want to watch it again, have a Jurassic Park marathon or something. Maybe because they're coming out with a third Jurassic World movie, I think. I'm sure they will. They will. So whenever that comes out, if I don't get a hair up my ass and decide to watch it again, that's one thing. You want to know what? That's one thing about doing this YouTube movie review thing and trying to keep up with this schedule, especially with working a full-time job. I do not have a lot of time to watch other shit. To watch I used to sit down and I have like a few series of movies that I will at least once a year just sit down and watch the entire thing back to back to back. Like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, things like that. Nightmare on Elm Street, that was one of them I used to do. I don't have time to do that shit anymore. If I'm watching something, I'm probably reviewing it. I'm constantly running to finish something because I got to go review it. That is the one drawback to this whole thing. I would like to say that if I did this full time and didn't have to, go to work 40 hours a week, I'd probably have more time to do that stuff. I don't know. I could be totally wrong. Once again, time management, not my strong point. There's certain things I have to do in life to make sure that I manage my time well. And I just know that about myself. I accepted it. People always try and change who they are. I understand. I accept I'm late to things a lot and I have terrible time management. So I know that lists and things like that and setting things up in advance is what I need to do to make sure those things happen. So that's what I do. I'm not one about trying to change oneself when something is just what you are. Just accept it and work around it. By the way, I hated Christine, said Hell Knight. I haven't. That's one Stephen King novel. I've read a lot of Stephen King novels. That's actually one I have not read. I probably need to do that. But I've seen the movie for sure, and I know it's iconic. It's John Carpenter. I remember liking it. I can't say I loved it. I didn't love it. I thought it was fine. I liked it. It's kind of more iconic, kind of an iconic movie. Like the character, the idea behind it. There's probably more behind the actual character of Christine than the actual movie. I have more. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It is an alright movie. Hell Knight said I watched Lethal Weapon 2, and my God, it's not as good as I remember. Diplomatic immunity. That's really all I remember about Lethal Weapon 2 was that South African guy who kept him going like, you can't do anything. I have diplomatic immunity. It's the guy who played the main bad guy in Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. What was his name? The sit-up champion of like 3015 or whatever it was. He was the school Rufus's gym teacher. I can't remember the guy's name, but is the same guy. And he said that throughout the whole movie. And at the end, Murtaugh's like, he shoots him. I can't remember. He says some one-liner. He does that whole thing like that, and then like shoots him on top of that fucking at the shipyard. That's all I really remember about Lethal Weapon 2. If I saw it, I'd probably be like, oh yeah, I remember this, I remember that. Is that the one? No, part 3 is with Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci shows up in part 3. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't hold up, though. I bet the first one still holds up. I hadn't seen that in a long time. That's one I want to watch. And they had a show. I don't know if it's still on. They had a show a while back. I wonder how that show was. I heard very mixed things about it. It's funny you bring up Lethal Weapon because those VHS tapes I told you guys I was transferring over. I was going through those last night actually, and one of them, because the way you have to do it is you pretty much have to play it on the VCR while it's hooked up to the computer, and then you go back and you scrub through it all. And I was going through, and there's a healthy chunk of footage on one of the tapes of me and one or two other people pretty much doing like a Mystery Science 3000 thing to Lethal Weapon 4 for some reason. Probably just because it's a movie I had. This was 20 something years ago. I don't know. It was a while back. But yeah, it's like that movie with no sound and us just talking over it, saying some really dumbass shit that I will never let anyone see. I will never let anyone see it because a lot of that stuff was from when I was. That Lethal Weapon 4 was when I was an adult, but there's other stuff. The stuff I was actually after was stuff of me as a teenager doing some truly dumbass shit. Most of the time I was stoned, but some really dumb shit. Burned a lot of things, by the way. I had a fixation with fire. Me and my friends, all of us did. We burned, man. Jesus, I was watching this last night. I was like, oh my God, we're going to kill it. If I didn't know that we all made it through this, I would be wondering if we were going to survive the end of this tape. But the other dumb shit that you do when you're stoned out of your mind and by yourself and just with nothing to do, just being dumbass teenagers. But I've got it all on tape because why not? What? Corey said you'll adjust. What will I adjust to? Am I being late? Christine was just boring, said Hell Knight. Once again, I hadn't seen that movie in forever. Corey said he never could really get into Christine either. That's what what I have in the back of my head is that, I mean, I remember the part like at a gas station where she tracks the guy down and kills him. I remember the car like coming back to life in one part. Like they filmed it backwards or whatever. And I remember the guy at the auto shop going, "You can't polish a toy." But beyond that, I don't really remember much about that movie. I remember the guy who looked like John Travolta. Was it John Travolta? I don't know. The bad guy looked like John Travolta to me. And he like grabs the guy with a dick and takes out a fucking switchblade, which I thought was really weird. Because, I mean, at the time, it's very like, he ain't grabbing him. He's grabbing him through his pants, but he grabs him like that in the beginning of the movie or something like that. And I was like, what the fuck? Who does that? Apparently that guy does. It may have been John Travolta. I don't think it was, but the guy looked just like him. Helen said, Lethal Weapon 2 is still fun, but it has not aged well. I could see that. I wouldn't be surprised if I watched it and it didn't age well. Corey said, fire good. I'm the same way. My dad always called me a pyro. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was definitely a pyro. I had some pyro issues back then. We burned everything, even ourselves. I literally, in these videos, set myself on fire. Different body parts. And we got ballsier and ballsier as it went on because we weren't, dying yet. I set at one point my whole front, and not whole, but a large portion of the front of me on fire in the back. Inside. We're inside doing this. We do shit outside too, but inside we're doing that shit. I was like, what the fuck was wrong with us? Hearing my voice from then is just super, as the new kids call it, cringe to me now. I heard it. I was like, oh my God, what was I doing? Why was I talking like that? That, and it seemed like I had to hold my pants up everywhere I went. I felt so fucking old while I was watching these videos because I had the urge to like yell at the screen to myself, put on a fucking belt. I was like, oh my God, who have I become? What is going on here? Lethal Weapon 2 was the only one I owned on VHS, so I watched it a lot. I don't remember if I had any of. I may have had them on VHS. If I did, they were recorded copies off a TV. I had a lot of movies like that. Well, I need to go back and watch Lethal Weapon. That's a good one. Oh, you want to know a movie? I watched part of it. I didn't get to. Speaking of Lethal Weapon, some of you guys might remember this one. There's a movie, a parody of Lethal Weapon called Loaded Weapon. I watched it. Oh man, I watched part of it again. I saw it when it came out. I went to theaters and saw this shit. I used to go to the movie theaters a lot. That was my passion since I was a kid. But there's a Loaded Weapon with Emilio Estevez and I think Samuel L. Jackson, if I remember correctly. But I watched a few minutes of it like a year or two ago. I say the other day, but it was like a year or two ago. And yeah, that movie is like, if you're into that kind of like Spaceballs kind of parody dumbass humor, that's a good one. And it's definitely National Lampoon's. It's National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon. It is a direct parody of Lethal Weapon. So if you like the old school Lethal Weapon movies, well, I mean the only Lethal Weapon movies, check out Loaded Weapon. It's pretty funny. I mean, in that dumbass, goofy kind of parody way, it's funny. You ain't gonna win no awards. If you don't die when you set yourself on fire, you should make it a regular thing. Right? I think in Salem back in the day, they called that being a witch. I was just lucky. We set me on fire. We'd like spray ourselves down with like aerosol and then light it on fire and turn the lights out and see how long we could stand up to it. It wasn't long, by the way, because these videos typically ended with us doing it and be like, and like flailing and falling down somewhere. Yeah, that's my teenage years. That's drugs, kids. Just say no. Or I don't give a fuck. Doing whatever. I did them, and that's what I did. This video is probably a fucking PSA. This is what drugs will do to your brains. Hell Knight said, "What is a movie you've seen a lot?" I mean, like 20.
Movies or films are a type of visual communication.
Alexa, stop.
Moving pictures and sound to tell stories that teach people
Bitch,
something.
shut up. What is this bitch going on about? I forgot I got an Alexa in here. She just started telling me what movies are. I don't know if you guys can hear this. This bitch won't shut the fuck up. Okay, you done? Good for you. Well, thanks for that. I don't want to say the name. Okay. And I mean like 20 times or more. I mean, I've seen a lot of movies like more than 20. Well, 20 times is actually a lot of times to see a movie, honestly. But there's some, I'm sure. Empire Strikes Back. I've seen that probably more times than anyone on Earth. It used to come on TV back in the 80s all the time, and I watched it all the fucking time. That's why when people talk about the best Star Wars movie, which is it's Empire Strikes Back, it probably is. And thematically and just the movie as a whole, it is, I will say it is, but it's the one. I like all the Star Wars movies, or at least, the old school ones, and even the newer ones to a degree. Those get sketchy, but especially like it's concerning the older ones, I definitely love them. But it is admittedly the one that I look forward to the least watching. Every time I go to watch it, I have a good time and I enjoy it. But I never look forward to it because I've seen it so many fucking times. I've seen that movie more than 20 times. I guarantee it. I couldn't tell you how many times. It was just on TV. It seemed like nonstop in my house when I was a kid. But that, Jaws, I've seen Jaws. I know I've seen Jaws more than 20 times because not only did I watch the shit out of Jaws when I was a kid, but when my oldest daughter was very young, I was watching Jaws. I think I got like the first DVD of it where it was remastered and all pretty and shit. And I put it on and she fell in love with it and she watched Jaws. And when I say she was very like single digits, like 3 or 4, she watched that fucking movie for years. She still loves that movie and she's 20. But she watched that movie for fucking years all the time. And there was a period of time for probably about a year she watched it all the time. I would try and find other movies to distract her with just so we didn't have to watch Jaws. I love Jaws. And that's the one thing I'll say about Jaws is every time she put it on, even though I was like, oh my God, Jaws again, I'd get roped into it. I'd be like, yeah, this is why Jaws is so good. But yeah, I've seen Jaws a bunch of times. There's a movie from the 80s, not nearly as popular, called The Wraith. It's about a guy, Charlie Sheen's in it, and the main character gets murdered. He's a teenager, he gets murdered, and he comes back as like a vengeful spirit with like a badass car. And the guys who murdered him like all have these cool cars and stuff, and they road race people for their cars, and they killed him. So he comes back and he road races all of them, races them all, and then kills them at the end of the race. It's called The Wraith. Super cheesy 80s movie to the max. That's a movie that needs to be fucking remade nowadays. The Wraith could be a badass like remake. You're talking about remakes. The Wraith could be awesome with the effects and everything that we have nowadays. That could be an awesome movie to remake. But I don't know. I doubt they ever will. Nobody knows what the fucking Wraith is anymore. But I've seen that movie more than 20 times. Lord of the Rings, just the whole thing. Sure, I've seen that. If not 20 times, damn near it. Probably more. The Matrix. I bet I've seen that more than 20 times. I don't know. I mean, there's others for sure. Just off the top of my head, I don't know. Out of all those, Jaws is probably the most rewatchable. That's the one that just never gets old. I don't know why. Those are all really good movies. I really like them all. I really want to watch The Wraith now. I used to watch that one all the time when I was a kid too, but I haven't seen it in forever. If any of you guys haven't seen The Wraith, the few of you that are left, check out The Wraith. That's a really fun movie. Be ready for that 80s cheese though, but it's just look at that movie and imagine a remake and how badass a remake could be. I feel like I skipped like a large chunk of time there with movies that I'm sure I've watched a bunch. I watched so many movies. I don't know. Those are the ones that just pop into my mind right off the bat, though. But let's see. Are we talking about fears here? What are we talking about? Hell Knight said, what is your biggest feat? My biggest feat? Fear? Or are you talking about, I think you said biggest fear. You said feet. My biggest feat? Biggest fear is spiders. The easy spiders. I'm not scared of much. I'll try anything. I'll eat anything. I'll do anything. There's not much I'm afraid of doing. I mean, there's things I'm afraid of doing, but there's not much that I'm too afraid to do that I won't do. But spiders? Mm-mm. Snakes. Not a fan of snakes. I don't love them, but I ain't scared of them. If I see them, I'm like, all right, snake, you stay over there. Snake got in my house one time. Somehow. I don't know fucking how. Years I've lived here. One day we went downstairs. Actually, the room where my studio is, right where my studio is that I record my reviews in, there was a snake down there once. And that's not like a common occurrence around here. It must have gotten stuck in something and somehow came in through like the basement or something like that. But not a big snake. I don't know. Big enough. There's a fucking snake. I walked down there, just covered it up with a thing, and it was like going fucking crazy in there. And then I took it outside. But yeah, spiders are definitely my biggest fear. It's a fear I've worked on for years. I used to not, if I saw him in the room, I would have to have someone else kill him. I was fucking terrified of him. I didn't get a tattoo of one on my back, on the center of my back. People were like, "Do you look a Spider-Man fan?" I was like, "No, motherfuckers. Does that look like Spider-Man spider? It's a goddamn spider. It's the monkey on my back. Get off my nuts." But now I actually will kill them. I kind of like, I don't like being scared of things. So I found in life, if I push myself to do the things I'm afraid of, I don't stay afraid of them for very long. Biggest feat in skydiving, a few times. My first time skydiving is actually on my YouTube channel. I don't know if it's live. I think I've said that before. It's one of the first videos I ever put on YouTube before I was actually doing a channel. But now I'm like two jumps away from being rated to where I could do it. I could actually tandem jump other people with me. I haven't done that in a few years though. I miss that. Skydiving is awesome. I've been bungee jumping, like real bungee jumping, not that, carnival fair shit where it's like around your waist, like from the ankles bungee jumping. That was a trip. Skydiving was still better, but that was a trip. Bungee jumping, hardest part about bungee jumping is jumping. After that, it's out of your hands. It just happens. But the hardest part is actually physically jumping. Because by law, someone can't push you. You can't be forced to do those things. But yeah, that's my biggest fear. Spiders. Now my biggest fear is having my YouTube channel deleted. I've put so much work into this shit. If it went away, I think I would... there would be tears, I guarantee you. There would be tears. I would be so... oh my God, that would suck. It took me a long time to get where I am, and I'm not even where I want to be yet, but to get where I am now, oh my God, that would suck bad. My biggest fear is being stuck in an elevator. I've been stuck in an elevator. I used to, for some years actually, I managed hotels back in, it was right after the video store actually, and that happened. Now granted, I had a walkie-talkie with me, so I was like, and the maintenance guy was nearby, so I was able to be gotten out. There are ways they can, you don't, and it was a 4-story elevator, so it was a hydraulic. There's hydraulic elevators and there's cable-driven elevators. When people think of elevators, they usually think of cable-driven. Those are in skyscrapers. But if you ever get in an elevator and it seems like it's like real jerky, like it goes boom, 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 that's a hydraulic. And that's usually like 4 or 5-story buildings. And that's from the bottom. It just like raises up and it's doing all that. If you're ever in one that like, when you get in them, especially in skyscrapers and stuff, and it takes off and it slowly goes, it's not like it's more of a gradual speed. It's just kind of like that, goes fast. That's cable driven. That's the ones from the movies. But those have safeties and shit too. I have not been stuck in one of those. I would be curious because with the hydraulic ones, they can let the hydraulic down. I know how that all works. The cable driven ones, you get stuck in it. I'm not 100% sure how they get you out. But yeah, that's not an unfounded fear. The only part about being stuck in the elevator I didn't like, it only took about like 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes to get me out. But I wouldn't say I'm claustrophobic, but I got claustrophobic in that moment because there was a little, it wasn't full on like panic attack, but there was like a little bit of, I was kind of stressed because I was like, I can't, even if I wanted to, I cannot move beyond these 4 walls right here. And that kind of made me feel a little something. Jacob, what are movies? So you guys did hear that. Movies are awesomeness. Mine is having spiders in my mouth and drowning because of it. Ugh, Greg, Jesus Christ. Spiders are already my thing. Having them in my mouth is definitely... Did you know, Mr., since that's your fear, let me tap into that for a minute because it's something I had to accept years ago. If you look up the studies, that human beings on average eat while they're sleeping. while you're sleeping, your average human being eats something like 10 spiders in their lifetime. So there is most likely sometime in your life, most likely you have ingested a spider. There has been a spider in your mouth and you ate it. Most likely. Good chance. Highly high chance that that's happened to you. I don't know if it's like 10. It's a decent number of spiders within a lifetime. There's an average person that could crawl up on you and. Ugh. I just don't think about it anymore. I just accept it and said, you know what? If I don't know, I don't know. As long as I don't wake up and that motherfucker's there, because I don't know if I'd ever go back to sleep again if I did. Hell Knight said, I've seen Broken Arrow about 50 times. Damn, I've seen Broken Arrow quite a few times. I don't know if I've seen it. I'm pretty sure I have not seen it 50 times. Broken Arrow was fun, though. Christian Slater, John Travolta. Wasn't that John Woo, too? Was that John Woo? I'm pretty sure that was John Woo. It was right around the time of Face Off. I think it was right before Face Off. Saw that with my Bob in theaters. Movies are like pornos, says Greg C. Where they never take their clothes off, but sometimes they do. You know what? Greg C, you hitting us with some knowledge there. That's some legit shit right there. I'm going to use that quote someday. I just want that quote on a box of something. Movies are like pornos, where they don't take their clothes off. Or pornos are like movies, where they do take their clothes off. Which is better? Depends on the person. Charlie Sheen. Yeah, I remember The Wraith. The Wraith was awesome. I like The Wraith. I remember liking it. I haven't seen it in years and years and years, but I remember just liking it. As a kid, I liked Jaws 2 more than Jaws, but I've gotten smarter. You know, I enjoy Jaws 2. I don't think it's as bad as... I don't think it gets hate, but it gets... Well, because it's compared to Jaws, and Jaws is just a great movie. But Jaws 2 is fine. It's a good time. The making of that movie is probably more interesting than the movie itself. They were working off of an incomplete script the whole time. They didn't even know how they were going to end the movie while they were actually shooting it. And there was a bunch of issues while making it and everything. But Jaws was like that too. Like the shark was supposed to be seen, and this is very common knowledge, but the shark was supposed to be seen a lot more. And Steven Spielberg initially was going to show the shark a lot more, but it kept on fucking up. So they had to resort to not showing it. That's why we got all those POV shots that became super famous. And it actually made the movie better. Corey said, The Wraith is dope as fuck. Needs a Blu-ray. Yeah, that's one that's not on Blu-ray. I think there's a DVD of it. But I think the DVD, if I remember correctly, is kind of a shit copy. I mean, for DVD. Never seen The Wraith, said Hill Knight. It's worth it, man. Check it out. I'm sure you can find a copy of it somewhere. It's something. It's on. It was on Netflix for a while. It may still be there, but I remember seeing it, and I think I may have turned it on one day, but I hadn't sat down and watched it in a while. When you've seen Frozen, have you seen Frozen more than 20 times? I've not paid attention to Frozen more than 20 times, whether it's been on. I banned Frozen in my house, by the way. Frozen has not been shown in this house in years. I literally banned it. It's gone. It does not exist in this house. People start singing it, it gets shut the fuck down. That shit's like serious. I start talking. It's gotten to the point where no one who lives here wants to get that conversation started because I will start ranting about Frozen. I fucking hate that movie. It is the most soulless fucking commercial algorithm built piece of shit of it. Don't get me started. Yeah, they whenever it comes up, everybody's like, oh my god. My negativity about it. I'm a generally positive person, but I think my negativity about that movie, all my negativity came out in that movie, and I think it just ruined it for everybody. That's probably not something I should be happy about, but there's something about it that makes me happy. I hate that fucking movie. Has it been on in my presence more than 20 times? Possibly. I shut Frozen down fairly quick though. Fairly quick. It got a few runs in my house, but then I was like, nope. That's really the only movie I've done that with. Other than I'm pretty easygoing, but that one, just something about it as they say here in Nashville, irks my soul. Adam Green's Frozen. Oh, the one where they're no, I'm talking about the Let It Go Frozen. Could you review Frozen for me? Adam Green's Frozen. That's the one where they're in the ski lift, right? And I think there's wolves. I saw that when it first came out, and I haven't seen it since. I can take a look at it sometime. I can't guarantee it'll be like super soon, but I can check it out sometime. I remember that being pretty good. I don't remember a whole lot. I remember somebody they jump at one point, and I think his leg, like bone pops up through his fucking leg. He gets all fucked up. Aren't there wolves? I know they're Risk of I might be thinking about the wrong movie, but I think that's the one you're talking about. Corey said, by the way, The Wraith is on YouTube for free. Really? I did not know that. Is it public domain now? Like The Wraith itself, the movie? Is it public domain? If so, I will watch party the fuck out of that shit. I know you can do watch party. Most people do watch parties without actually showing the movie, but I would want to like show the movie while I do a watch party. That's why I don't really do them, because most movies that are public domain are much older than that. Not anything against older movies, but is The Wraith, does anybody know, since it's free on YouTube, is that a public domain movie? Or is it free on YouTube? Like, is it one of those bootleg free movies? Because I'm going to look into that. If that shit's public domain, I'm absolutely doing a recorded watch of that shit from beginning to end. Swear. Thanks for telling me that I eat spiders. That really is going to make me want to go to sleep. You're welcome, Hell Knight. You know, that's what I'm here for. She was dating River Phoenix when he died. Who was? I probably said somebody's name. I don't. I'm looking back. I don't see. Who are we talking about? Frozen or Alone in the Dark? Ooh. I assume you're talking about Frozen. Let It Go Frozen. Man, that's a tough one. Am I watching it by myself? Alone in the Dark's real fucking bad. But Alone in the Dark's real short. Alone in the Dark is really short. And honestly, Alone in the Dark is so mediocre and just bad. My brain regurgitates it out by the time. When I went to review that movie, I had a hard time remembering anything about it. I think I blocked it out. So I'd probably go Alone in the Dark, because if I remember correctly, that movie's not even an hour and a half long. So I could probably get through it quicker, and my brain would just kind of eject it out so that it didn't happen again. It'd be like a lost time, like aliens took me or something. Nah, it's of course it's free with ads. Must be produced by a big company. Oh, okay. Short and Sweet's back. Oh my God, Greg C. Pussyphobia, that's hilarious. What's pussyphobia? What did I miss? Welcome back, Short. You too funny. I was talking about Samantha Mathis. When were you talking about her? Did I miss something? I think I missed something. I must have skipped over something. But I didn't know that. I didn't know she was dating River Phoenix when he died. I remember when he died. Well, man, that sucks, because I was actually I just looked at the time. Short, you show back up, and I was like, now I'm going to leave. The way you view House of the Dead is how I view Alone in the Dark. It's so awful and dumb. I have fun with it. I can respect that. Only because I view Alone in the Dark that way. But man, I can't look at only because I view House of the Dead that way. I can't look at Alone in the Dark that way. That movie is, it's just so bad. It's rough. But yeah, Alone in the Dark's fucking hilarious. I try to go to sleep, but no luck yet. I'll take something, I guess. All right, well, that's what you gotta do. Don't take too much. Have a drink. Relax, chill. All right. Well, damn short. You show back up and then I'm out. But I do get it's 1 o'clock my time, 1:05. So I'm gonna do this outro. If you guys ain't got nothing else, I'm gonna do this outro and I'm gonna get out of here so I can get some rest and be back tomorrow. Yeah, that video that I was talking about for tomorrow probably won't be out until later in the day. Because I'm probably not going to work on it tonight now. When I said that, I think it was like 11:30. But anywho. Yep, it is hard to sleep. I had a hard time sleeping the other night, which is weird for me. I never have a hard time sleeping. But I got like this new mask thing I'm doing for some supposed sleep apnea. I'm not really digging it. We'll see how that works out. It's kind of fucking with me the other night. Anyways. Hate to cut it short. I don't know if I'm really cutting it short. I think we're verging on 5 hours here, but hate to cut it off when Short comes back. We love you, Short, and we're happy that you're back. But what game am I doing, Greg says. I am behind on that, my friend. I plan on, you will know tomorrow morning, but I'll go ahead and, because I'm going to post what game I'm doing. I'm planning on doing Voyeur. It's one we talked about last week. This is an old school FMV. It's supposed to be one of the first kind of saucy FMVs. Had some stuff that was too hardcore for everybody, so it like couldn't show up on consoles and stuff like that. I don't think it really does. I don't know. It might. But it's a game called Voyeur. Either that, it's between that and this other one. I've got to see which one is most stable, because I've got an official copy of this other game, and the Voyeur is actually not the official copy. It's a ROM. So if I can get it to be stable enough to play, I'll play that. All right, Corey. We'll see you next time, my man. Thanks for dropping by and hanging out. Short said, I bought myself some melatonin pills. Just had one. It should kick in soon. All right. Did you enjoy Cyberpunk 2077? I did. I haven't beat it yet because I don't have a lot of time. But I was actually playing that. I played it again for the first time here recently. Now, caveat to that, I play it on a Xbox Series X. So there's not as many issues with it. I hear that on like the Xbox One and the PS4, like the regular ones, it's got, I mean, everybody's heard, it's got some issues. I have not experienced too many issues. Like, if it had released in the state that I've played it in, I think people might have something to say about it. But it released kind of like your average Bethesda game. I mean, there's some bugs here or there. Nothing game breaking. Nothing's happened. The most annoying thing that's happened to me is maybe 2 times, like, some music from one scene will continue to play into other scenes. And, like, I'd have to, in order to get it to stop, I'd either have to save it and leave and come back, or, like, go to the main menu and come back to break that cycle. But beyond that, I mean, there's been a couple, like, here or there, some weird glitches. But overall, it looks good. It runs good. I mean, it hasn't crashed any. It hasn't done any of these crazy things I'm seeing, like, on the last generation things. And I think the PC's in decent shape too. Now they've done a bunch of, but I played it on the night it came out, and I didn't have that many issues. There were a couple of weird graphical glitches here or there, but nothing too crazy. I don't know if I would recommend playing it on the old consoles, just from what I've heard. I can't speak from myself, but just from what I've heard. But if you have either one of the newer consoles, or if you have a PC that'll run it, I'd recommend giving it a shot. It's pretty cool. I'm nowhere near. Well, I have no idea if I'm near beating it or not. I got 2 nights ago, I got to the part where you find out all the. I don't want to give anything away, but the Johnny Silverhand stuff. If you have played it, to where you find out a lot more about his backstory, and you find out the stuff about the, what they call it, the black web, or the dark web, or whatever, the whole AI thing. I'm not going to say any more than that. If you have played it, you'll know what I'm talking about. I got to right there to that mission. I finished that mission, and then I saved it. And maybe this weekend I'll jump back into it if I have time, if I'm caught up on my videos and stuff. That was actually one of the other reasons I fell behind this weekend, because I took a day and I just kind of like caught up on some other things I wanted to do. Played some games. I beat the Medium, which is a new exclusive for the Series X, S and X, I guess. That was a pretty cool game. I enjoyed that. Played a couple of other games that showed up on Game Pass and stuff. Just chilled. Corey said, I like saucy. Yeah, well, it's 90s saucy, so who knows what that means. They also said Night Trap was saucy. It's been fun, everyone. Have a great night. You too, Greg. All right, everybody. Let me do this little outro, and then I'm going to get out of here, too. But to all you guys in the chat, thanks for hanging out tonight, guys. I really appreciate it. Had a good time. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Now, the edited, cut down, more consumable version of the show should be up. Not maybe tomorrow night, but definitely by Thursday. And I'll be releasing little snippets of the stuff. But if you guys have been here, you've already seen all that stuff. I don't expect you to watch it. But if you decide to watch it all, thanks. All right, guys. I appreciate it. We'll see you next week. Here we go. Watch me put on my game face. I blanked. This is me making videos, essentially, right here. Okay. All right, everybody, that was JARcast episode 4. I really appreciate everybody coming by and watching and or listening to the show. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back here again per usual Tuesday night, every Tuesday night, doing the show live at 9 o'clock Central Time. That's 7 o'clock Pacific and 10 o'clock Eastern. If this sounds like something you want to get in on, come on by. We do some talking in the chat and just hang out for a while, and then I edit it all together in this version you're seeing here and or hearing. If you do prefer the audio version and you're not already listening to it, check it out on all the major podcasting platforms such as Google Play, Spotify, iTunes, all that stuff. It's on all of them, I think. If it's not on one that you do prefer, just shoot me a message on Twitter or even on here on YouTube, and I'll make sure that I get it on there. So that's about all I got. Hope you guys enjoyed the trailers and the news. And as usual, I really appreciate it. Hit a like, subscribe, and I will see you guys next week. Peace.